transmission.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition, another season here of the GSL. The GSL 2026 Season 2, Round of 12, Group A. I'm, of course, VIP with him, joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well, and, of course, by our main casters that they do make a brief appearance here. Both States and Texas, of course, covering the main stream. We're here with our side stream. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We are here. We are back. Of course, right after the GSL Season 1 finals, back to back. That's my one big criticism about GSL this season or this year is that it is so condensed. We literally just had the finals of GSL Season 1 over the weekend, and then bam, Season 2. And we even held the qualifiers of Season 2 last week before Season 1 had even concluded. So it's a very jam-packed. It's quite intense. It's a quite an intense schedule here. And I don't know why we're rushing. Where do we have to be, Pat? Where do we have to go? Yeah, so we're just rushing to crank out these GSLs. That is my one big criticism. But for those who are unaware, for those who maybe did not watch, we of course did cast the English qualifiers on our stream. We were the only English casters, by the way. We were the only English casters, so it's all there. It is all available on our YouTube channel, and of course over on our other platforms, over here on Soup as well. So VODs are available, but again, we did of course cast it live here on Soup. Did cast it live on Soup as always. Now we're here live with GSL Season 2 as well here on Soup as well. The qualifiers are quite intense, and we did actually have some players leave us this season, other players join us. Trigger, for example, is not going to be a part of this season of GSL, but who is, when it comes to the foreigners at least, Clem. Now, Clem is not in Korea. I should mention that ahead of time here. The reason why Clem is a part of this tournament is because if you are part of the GSL Season 2 qualifier broadcast, you would know that we did announce that rules had changed for this season, and GSL have now opened it up to an international stage. Now, you could have been outside of Korea to play in the qualifiers. The only requisite though is you have to be willing to travel and to fly and pay for in flight to go to Korea for the playoffs, for those playoffs. So we had players like, I want to say Young Yakov alongside Cristiano, Geralt, Rainer as well, Clem, Trigger, and other foreign players did actually compete in the qualifiers as well this season. So it's great to see, and Clem is a part of it. Clem is going to be part of it. Meanwhile, if you want to help support the event, you can do so via Patreon. You can see here the total support that we've been getting so far, $7,395 so far, and the next stretch goal for Season 3 of GSL is at 10K. We're almost there. So you want to help support Korean StarCraft and GSL, and not even just Korean StarCraft anymore, but StarCraft in general, because it has opened up to the international audience and international players, that you can do so via patreon.com/GSL. So do check it out, do support it. Meanwhile, we do have our current maps and our current players here tonight. So as you can see, we have the top 4 qualified directly into the round of 8. That is Maru, Hero, Clem, and Rogue. Those are the top 4 players that are already seeded directly into the next round. Meanwhile, for today and for this week, we do have the round of 12. The round of 12 to determine who will advance on into the round of 8. Oh boy, we have our group of 4, and here they are. So tonight we have Group A, tomorrow we have Group B, we have Cure, SOS, ByuN, and SHIN in the first group. We have Classic, Solar, Xian, and Gumiho for Group B. When it comes to players we had gained and lost, I did mention that Clem is a newcomer here to this season of GSL alongside SOS and Gumiho. It's Clem, SOS, and Gumiho that have joined us. Who did we lose to make that happen? We lost Trigger, we lost Bunny, and we lost Percival. So we lost Trigger, Bunny, Percival, and they were replaced by SOS, Gumiho, and Clem. Those were the big changes based on the qualifiers this season. The others were here last season as well. And here we go, we have our group. So again, Cure, ByuN, SOS, SHIN, 2 Terrans, 1 Protoss, 1 Zerg. They do enter the fray. 2 will be eliminated, 2 will advance on into the round of 8. Oh boy, here we go. It is going to be, of course, a 4-player GSL group where our initial 2 matchups face off head-to-head into winners match, elimination match, and then decider match. Now we have our first player, Cure. That didn't translate. No, they didn't translate his quotes, but here we go. We have Cure. His most recent performances, of course, came second in GSL Season 1 of 2025, going to the round of 12 for Season 2, and of course the round of 4 for the last season, GSL Season 1 of this year. Had a lackluster performance when it came to DreamHack Dallas, of course, and at EWC came in third place, did defeat Maru at EWC, and also defeated Maru in the last season of GSL as well, which is a couple of weeks ago. So again, Cure, his CVT has been on point. Did it give us a code? Oh, this one has been translated, as we then have SOS. The SOS, baby. Again, a newcomer to this year's GSL. He got a round of 12 in Season 1 of 2025. He had a lackluster performance in DreamHack Dallas, and of course, did make it to the top 18 in RSL. SOS hasn't had the best performance or record in recent times, but he's looking to try to break that and try to make up for that. I'm going to go Night Football after the win today. I'll go even if I lose as a refresher. There you go. Go play some football, baby. Vámonos, baby, vámonos. SOS. So here we go. We have our initial matchup. It is going to be that best of 3 TVP. Game 1, Ruby Rock. Game 2, Winter Madness. Game 3, Tourmaline. Curious about the vetoes here. SOS, he got rid of one of the smaller maps in 10,000 feet, got rid of the RNG map in Mothership, and got rid of one of the larger maps in White Rabbit. I'm curious to see how SOS is playing at the moment. So what I mean by that is that SOS, as I mentioned before, he has been back for quite some time, but he's still been kind of finding his footing. I would say he's on the lower end of Protoss in the Korean region, below Zaun, below Hero, Classic, below Nightmare, but he has recently been spiking up, and show us what you got. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player for Team Liquid. It is Kiro. And top left hand corner, we have for Protoss, the South Korean Protoss player for Streamers, and it is SOS. Jesus. They're so quick to move away. They give us no time, baby. Yeah. But here we go. We are jumping into our initial best of 3. Gonna be jumping on in. So far so good. Here we do have our initial openers, nothing crazy, nothing wild. Now I know that SOS, he has a reputation of being a hyper cheesy, hyper aggressive player. That is true, but in his return, in SOS's recent return in recent years, that has not been the case. He's still aggressive, but everyone is in PvP. In the other matchups, he plays more standard. At least that's what I've observed in recent years. Now, once again, SOS has been MIA this year. This year, he's been missing in action. So we'll see how he's been able to redefine himself, how he's able to approach this season, this matchup, and how he's looking in current times, as we haven't really seen him in quite some time. It's been a couple of months. It's been a couple of months. Here's the head-to-head and offline record here in favor of SOS, but I believe that oh no, the SV got stuck. Not like this. But I believe that is due to the historical record between them, of course, and then we have the online head-to-head also in favor of SOS. But again, I feel like a lot of those wins were in SOS's prime, less so in recent years. So I think that head-to-head record is a little bit deceiving. Meanwhile, speaking of doing something weird, SOS does expand at the unnatural location unprompted. Usually this is done and forced out by an eBay block, but here SOS willingly goes for the unnatural natural. Now, the goal here should be to mind game. The goal here is that Cure, he scouts across the map, he sees that there's no base, and then Cure overreacts. That is the hope. If Cure doesn't overreact, if Cure figures out what's going on earlier, then Cure can punish. So this is a big risk here for SOS. As Cure moves in, no expand. Cure does poke into natural. Again, shelling with the mineral line, disrupting some of the mining. Safety bunker back at home. It looks like he does take the bait. There, he takes the bait, and this is already SOS getting a win here. He's forcing an overreaction out of Cure. Cure checks the triangular third, now he checks the linear third base, now he does confirm, there is a base, and he should cancel. Yep, there's a cancellation, as we mentioned. So that was canceled as transition, but in the end, SOS, he got what he wanted in a sense. He forced some inefficiencies out of Cure. And we'll see if SOS can defend. Because at this point, Cure, now he has crosshairs on that expansion. Now, Cure did open up Widowmine, setting up towards a Widowmine drop, so he can't really achieve too much here, but he will catch the Adept. Ooh, nice catch. Very nice catch. Adept is going to go down. Rebroadcast back in. Pokes in, gets behind the mineral line, and we'll confirm the tech. We'll confirm the additional gateway. Oh, it is going to be a robo opener out of SOS. I believe the robo is hidden at the natural. Yep, there it is. There's that robo. Robo openers, they allow you to make early immortals to be more defensive, but this feels a little bit unprompted here. Does SOS feel scared enough to make the immortal, or does it go immortal into prism to go for an early push? So eyes are on SOS to see if he does take up. I do see another gateway on the way, so we're getting up to early 3 gateways. That's very aggressive. We'll see if he goes for another gate, but I believe he has 3 so far. I do believe. What orange will get spotted. Here securing his natural. Additional max is on the way. And so as he shouldn't be able to intercept, we do see Cure immediately pivot around. He does pivot away towards the natural. SOS searching for the drop. But nice move by Cure. He does again deviate. He's going for that natural base. SOS does warp in. And he will intercept. Despite that, the line job will continue. How many probe kills? Oh, ooh, 2. Yeah, 2 probes going down so far. There's still 2 shots left. We're coming in too soon. Oh my god. Jeez, calm down. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. As we do get a 3rd probe kill. And 2 would mind survive. So far, a solid start here for Cure. Meanwhile, extra warp ins. We spoke earlier about the fact that there was a warp prism after the immortal. This is hyper aggression out of SOS. He's pushing early on. He's pushing early. He can warp in 3 units at a time. SOS is very committed here. And we'll see if Cure can hold and survive. He's getting us, I believe, a 2nd bunker. Yeah, so he's just willing off with D-base. The white shot! Oh no! Oh, the retargeting! Ooh, gets a stalker. Very nice. Stalker goes down. Prism was idle. It does give Cure time to react. And Cure deflects. So far, so good. Cure's had a stronger start so far this game. Okay, he has his full wall at the natural. I think that SCV is stuck as well. Not again. The drop does get behind the middle line, but ooh, there is a Viking. Viking does take a shot to the face. Oh, nice control by Cure. Pulls the Viking back. So far, it's going to be 3 SCV kills, and we have to recall. Does recall away. Does recall to safety. Mind Drop coming back in once again. Gets a shot off. Ooh, catching a 1 probe. Catching a 1 more probe here. Again, so far the Widowmine drop has been more than worth it. We have the follow-up Banshees as well. I believe Cloak was not researched. I don't think that's going to be factoring in here, but regardless, damage is still going to be done. Yeah, still finding damage. Getting 1, 2, 3. Getting up to 4. 3. Sorry, 4 in total. Oh my god. Never mind. 4 probes go down. Very nice damage here by Cure. The Banshee does survive and went behind a Dark Shrine. Oh, and it gets spotted as well. Question is, did Cure click on it? It looks like he did. You can see the production tab. He has a turret on the way. He has a missile dart in production, so it looks like he's aware of the Dark Templar. SOS he commits across the map once again. And Cure, for the most part, he's in the main base. Not quite ready at the natural, but it can react. Can react. Does SOS commit? I mean, again, it's a very well position for SOS. Once again, we get another 4 probes. Oh my god, we just sacrificed the Banshee. Banshee is sacrificed, but again, it was worth it. In the end, 7 probe kills for 1 Banshee. Very well done, considering there was no investment to Cloak. True. Curie sneaks out with a drop. And SOS is hurting. SOS is hurting quite a bit. SOS, he does spot the attempted move outs. Will delay the CC. Cure hoping to distract. Remember, he does have that drop moving out across the map. So just hoping to distract SOS. Keeping his attention. Shadow Stride is on the way. Sure, why not? Whatever you can get done. Good a siege. Siege up. Black Wedge gets into the mineral line. Oof, does force a recall. Not many worker kills, but again, he does force a recall, which means Curie does secure his base. And the medevac gets away. Oh my god. That should not have happened. Medevac does pull out. And Curie's looking solid. Looking good. He is ahead. From here, he can just build up into a 1-1. Ghost Academy's on the way for his Ghost production. There are no High Templar, there's no follow-up into Storm, but there's no Colossus either, so it's going to be perfectly fine. You can see here that, as I mentioned previously, SOS is very committed to this game. That's why his forges are so late. So he's going to have late upgrades, late forges. He's going to be behind in terms of the upgrade count and in terms of the tech. The game was not meant to last this long. And so far, at least the trajectory that things are going, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for SOS. Right now, the pressure's on SOS to find some damage. He's going to get into the natural, dive into the main base, get some kind of economic damage here. Or slow down Curie in some way. Oh. Gotta be careful. Does have to be careful. As Curie is moving out for another drop. Once again, he's now incorporating Ghost. If you're curious, like, Curie's ahead, why isn't he pushing? Well, he was waiting for Ghost, right? He was waiting for his Ghost production, so now he can have EMPs. Again, when it comes to SOS's army, he has no splash damage, right? He has no Colossus, he has no Storm, he has no Archons, he has no Disruptors. Like, there's just nothing here. It's very Immortal heavy, and even then, it's only 4 Immortals. It's just a very awkward composition that SOS is stuck with. And I say stuck with because, again, the goal for SOS was to break Cure earlier. He wanted to go for an earlier Immortal push. He wanted to go for an earlier all-in. And because he missed his timings and he missed his windows and he's been forced to recall and economic damage was done, so he was slowed down, like, just everything went south there for SOS. And that's why the build that he's been going for and relying on is looking as flimsy as it is. As Cure is maxed. Cure is maxed out. Does spot the army. Cure, he responds. Bunker goes down. Cure, he can engage. Oof. Tries to force a friendly fire. That's going to be 9 SCV kills. I mean, that is economic damage at least. Ooh, Prism goes out of the main. Cure defends, and now without a War Prism, Cure can focus on assaulting. He can focus on pushing. He can break out. Sims forward, he wants those Stalkers. Speaking of, he does get them. Yeah, 2 Stalkers do go down at the same time. Zealots, they do try to get a run by going. 12 SCV kills. Again, this is decent economic damage, but is it too late? Because we're waiting for the breakout. We're waiting for Cure to push. As Cure, he's had the superior army for quite some time, and if Cure waits too long, he will let SOS stabilize. Now, what's he stabilizing with? The Bay. The Bay just finished, so it looks like he wants to work towards Colossus. I mean, 1 Colossus isn't going to be an issue, but there's a second Robo on the way for double Colossus production or double Disruptor. At this stage of the game, because it's so late, I would want to see Disruptors, not Colossi. There's already Vikings, right? Like, there's already a Viking count. Nice cancellation. Denies the base. Does nice expansion. Looks like Cure, he wants to wait for Liberators. I don't think we need to be this passive here. Again, Cure is ahead to the point where he can be more active, but he's just being very passive. I understand that he doesn't have map control, and he's a little bit concerned about Zealot roundbys and Zealot counterattacks, but especially once a planetary is done at the 4th base, like, we can push more freely here. There we go, first Disruptor's on the way. As you mentioned, Disruptor is like the only good option here for SOS, because it's so late. Another base will fall. SOS going for the counterattack, pushing into tanks and Liberators. Oof, massive EMPs, catching other Stalkers. And again, SOS cannot push in, so now's the time to counterattack. I mean, we can you can keep going. The Cure. Hey, he's just giving SOS more time, and now that SOS is incorporating some Disruptors, now he has a chance. He might be down in supply and down in army, but hey, if a couple of Novas connect, then SOS he can take a fight. As you can see, Curie refuses to push. I do think there were moments, especially after the failed like Zealot armor on the top side. Now he has to wait for the Liberators, sorry, for the War Prisms to go down, to be dealt with. As we have double Prism towards the main. And now it's just moving in. He's moving into the main. Ooh, one Prism goes down, so will the other. A couple of Zealots do land. Ooh, and there's no Warpin. Yeah, no Warpin in the main base. Now, once Cure deals with the Zealot run by, he should push. Even here, oh my god, massive EMPs. Yeah, massive EMPs. The army did a move in, a little bit too much. And now we need a cover. Let's go. Send it. Cure, you just took down 2 Immortals. Keep going. There's literally nothing that can stop you. There's been nothing that can stop you for like 5 minutes, Cure. Keep going. God damn it. Have some confidence, Pappy. Have some confidence. So it looks like Cure wants to stay at home until he perfects his army. Again, the only reason that Cure would or should stay home is if he didn't kill the prisms, but he killed 2. He killed 2 War Prisms, so there's no backstab. There's no backstab available. I mean, SOS is giving Cure what he wants. Is pushing into the sieged army. But Cure, we can be active. Believe in yourself. Another Prism into the main. Another Prism moves in. Prism goes down. 1 Viking lands. Once again, SOS just throwing away Prisms. Throwing away supply. Get a big rotation to the top side. Cure is ready for it. Oh. Nice focus firing here on top of the Ghost. Ghost does fall. We'll have to replace that Ghost. Cure pushing into Novas. Gotta be careful. Does get 1 Disruptor and an Immortal and 2 Disruptors. Oh my god, where are the Novas? Where are the Novas? 3 Disruptors go down. Not a single Nova goes off, and finally Cure pushes. Again, we could have done this 6 minutes ago, but sure. Cure is pushing out. At the same time, SOS commits into the mineral line. He does get 1 Liberators. Tank shots into the mineral line and does force a bit of friendly fire. Ooh, yeah, we just commit to the base trade. We're committing to the base trade here. SOS knows he cannot fight Cure's main army. Does catch 3 idle Liberators. Yeah, Liberators are on their own. Some messy defense here from Cure. Cure commits. And again, this is the only chance here for SOS, is the base trade, catching out another Liberator. Once again, Cure is going to stabilize back at home. We need a setup. As he fails to defend this planetary. Yeah, Cure, he need to siege up here at the planetary and he would lose it. And he will lose it. He was late to do so. SOS breaks the base. At the same time, Cure is yet to go into the main. Okay, Cure sets up top right. Siege up top right and his main expansion. Curie's going to push into the main base and then cap off the production. He's going for the fringe expansions. He's going for the fringe bases. He's leaving the main alone. Liberators they do fall. Mass Stalkers they just break this position. Now in the head-on fights, we still do favor Cure. Cure still has a better army. But we got Disruptors though. We got the Novas. Oh, Maestro goes up. Purification Novas, they do try to connect. Oh, very nice connections on the Ghost, but everything crumbles. GG. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Cure at any moment for those past like 7-8 minutes would win a head-on collision, a head-on fight, as you saw towards the end there as well, with him fighting with only half his army. But Cure, he was so careful and so defensive and so passive, I would say, to the extreme. There were definitely a lot of moments there where Cure, say when he killed both war prisms, right? When he killed both war prisms, when he deflected the attack, there are moments like that where there's no reason to stay home, right? There's no way to counterattack because you just killed 2 war prisms, you just deflected against the attempted aggression. That would be the time to break out, to push, and to knock down bases. Like, there were definitely earlier opportunities to be aggressive, but Cure was, again, being very, very safe and overly safe. I would say that, I mean, you know, hindsight's 2020. In a position like this, if you're SOS, and we'll see if he does pick up on this, if he does recognize, hold up, my opponent's being hyper defensive and hyper careful and hyper safe, I could get away with taking up. I could get away with being greedier and trying to rush into like Skytals, for example. If that game SOS threw down the Fleet Beacon and 2-3 Stargates, Cure wouldn't stop him, right? Cure wouldn't stop him, Cure wouldn't stand in his way, Cure'd be busy defending back at home, and there's potential to get away with something like that. So there are ways to punish a player that's overly defensive in TVP. But let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have SOS for Streamer Zone. And top left, we have Cure for Team Liquid. As we're just cheesing, okay. So we're going for a proxy. SOS does move out. Shout out to Intel, of course, for being the main sponsor of GSL this season. These past 2 seasons, even. Big shout outs. But here we go, moving out with our probes. Piling has been thrown down. It goes in for the scouts, and we're setting up for the proxy gateways. Now, how many gateways is the big question? How hard does SOS commit? Do we go up to 2 gates? Do we go into something more committed? For now, only 1. Okay. Only 1 gateway. You can see the probe coming back home. So very light commitment here from SOS. With this, he can try and delay the CC, but it's a double gas opener. Ooh, double gas opener by Cure. Faster factory, delayed command center. He's going for a safer start. A safer and more tech-heavy build out of Cure. So that's a little bit concerning. A little bit. As our players are going to be opening up. Again, we're going to be opening up here. We do have our first Zealot being credited as we speak. Now, again, the goal of this Zealot is to delay the CC. And there's a very high chance that Cure will go for a later CC on the low ground. Remember, it's going to be a command center after the factory. But because of the factory, Cure's going to have a stronger counterattack. That's what's concerning, right? We have a production building in the middle of nowhere. Won't help too much defensively. So we'll see how this all comes together. You can see that SOS does hide his Zealot, does keep it hidden from the initial Reaper. The Reaper, I believe, will not scout the proxy. Yep, it's off by the wayside. And Cure's going for the high ground CC. No shot. Yeah, Cure gets across the map as Zealot is revealed. Cure's setting up with the bunker. Boys are being pulled to repair. There's the recall as well. And we'll force Stalker to recall back home. The Reaper does not get away. Very nice pickup. Yeah, Curie does slip up. Does recognize he does not need the bunker. So again, a very messy defense here by Curie. Yeah, they're pointing out that the Reaper did fall. Nice on Burrow. Doesn't waste the shot. Stalker's reinforcing. And SOS is expanding behind this. He does expand. As I mentioned previously with a faster factory, I was assuming it was going to be a faster Cyclone. Tech Lab is on the way, so it's working towards that Cyclone. Oh, it doesn't spend the might shot on the Zealot. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't want to waste on the Zealot. Once again, the Widowmine is going to go down though. Zealot will survive. Remember, Curie chose not to get a bunker. He chose to cancel. And he's being punished for it here. And losing extra Marines. A messier defense. And Cure, he will still hold, but yeah, at least SOS is getting some value here. Back at it once again, a robot opener, just like last time. I'm still not too fond of this, but it's going to be Robo into Immortal into Prism again, I'm assuming. It is a relatively safe way to play, but as we saw in the last game, it just leads you into a really awkward mid-game, just because this eventually turns into an all-in, and if you miss your timing, if you miss the all-in, then it all falls apart. This is one of the reasons why Cure was so comfortable last game, and why he was under no real danger. Cure does scout the proxy. He ignores it. Keeps going. There are 2 Stalkers, I believe, to defend. There might be 3. 3, okay. Yeah, 3 Stalkers. One of them is low. Massive shot. Oh no, he turns around. Oh my god, that was very risky. Medevac barely gets away, and he has to get out of here. Oof. Very nice interception. Medevac goes down. Massive pickup. Cure, he at least does trade. But again, messy early game here from Cure. Oof, as he will lose a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Marines go down. SOS is overwhelming. Cure, he's going for a reactive bunker. The bunker is late. Again, this early game has been very messy for Cure. Okay, but there's a second tank. Second tank has arrived. Oof. Does somewhat punish. And Cure's stuck at home. Now, I can see a world where, I can already see it, where this game turns out just like the last one, in the sense that Cure, because he's had such a shaky early game, he's just going to turtle up. He's just going to turtle up as hard as he can and slowly get a 3rd, get a 4th, get a 5th base, max out, stay maxed until SOS takes like a bad fight, like 3 times. I can see that being the trajectory here of this game. We'll see how SOS changes though. SOS is going for a drop, that is true, but SOS is getting a 3rd base, is going for a Twilight Council. I like the idea of SOS being greedy after this. Of course, there's still harass coming out from Cure, but we'll see what SOS gets into. As SOS does drop into the mineral line, catching out 3 SCVs. Not bad. Let's catch 3 workers, we'll pull away. Does pull away, keeping the drop up, keeping Cure distracted. Also, I should mention as well that SOS this time has retained his economy. Last game, SOS was losing so many workers to the Woodermine drop, to the Banshee harass, to the Marine drop as well. Like, that all added into why game 1 was so brutal. So I should also emphasize that as well, is that there's a reason why SOS was missing his timings, and we did mention that during the game itself. Was all that damage dealt early on. Banshee gets 1 probe. Oh. Yeah, just 1 probe. Massive pickup here as the Banshee goes down. Again, Curious early game here is, I mean, we've been saying it's been very messy. It's been very messy. And Curious stuck at home. Stuck at him defending and turtling. And SOS has to make a choice here. Does he try to all in and break Cure while he tries to expand, or do we try to get further ahead? Like, I want to see SOS be greedier and get further ahead instead. Right now, Cure's already forced a turtle, so I don't think there's much of a reason to try to break that turtling Terran player. There's a lot more that we can try to get away with. But, it's on SOS. SOS confirms a 3rd CC. Ooh, massive gateway explosion. Does take his gases though at his 3rd. That's indicative of a 4th base. Typically. SOS is getting ready for his own drop outside of the natural. Again, he's just set up here outside of the bases. Dropping into the natural base. Hey, he's going to find some damage. Delay some mining. Does delay some mining time. So that's what he brings everything together. Once again, no splash damage, but he does have the high immortal count. He can try to dive in with zealots as well, but I feel like it'd be ill-advised to try to push our way into this 3-base setup. And now we're backing off. And again, I stand by what I said earlier. I feel like SOS can be greedy here, so he is somewhat more so than last time. So he's getting his 4th, now getting a 5th base as well. He's taking over the entire map. I believe currently he only has 1 forge. Like, we can once again get away with double forge at this point. Like double forge, double upgrades, throw down the Templar Archives, get into Storm, or throw down additional robots for disruptors. I'm still not opposed to the fleet beacon, but instead looks like SOS wants to commit. Okay, never mind. He's going for it. And he warps in additional units. Gets an Archon. SOS is pushing into a concave. And massive armor shot on the main army. Now armor shot goes off as Zealots are going down. Oof, and SOS, he does not break through. Not yet. He did break through some tanks though. A couple of tanks did go down. It looks like SOS, he doesn't want to turn around. He's going to keep going. Oof. EMP connects. Oof. EMP's connecting. He blindly made all these Vikings, and he might catch the prison, but not yet. Does not keep pushing. So Arcure is holding on. And I would say these trades so far have been worth it. They have been worth it here. Like SOS, sure, he bled out mainly Zealots and mainly Gateway units for tanks. That's not bad. The Bay in production, the Bay +3, +1 armor. That's what's building up his economy. But still sticking with a ground focus army. It's still very similar to last game. I would say that SOS is taking up faster compared to last game. That is true. It is a faster attack, but still in the same direction. The end goal seems unchanged. So SOS tries to find a way in. Diving into the freedom zones. That's a lot of freedom. That's a lot of liberators. They punish so hard. Oh god. And these were expensive losses here. The Zealots, they survived. The Stalkers got focused on instead. Ay. Remember what I said at the start of this game? How I was like, hey, I would want to see SOS be greedy and go into Sky Toss because Cure wouldn't push. Well, Cure isn't pushing and SOS is not taking. But again, just like as a meta conversation, that's how you would punish a player like this. If you're up against a Terran player that is just purely turtling up, then hey, throw in a fleet beacon, through 3 Stargates, build up into Tempest production, use Tempest to help you break these siege positions, and also, of course, take over the map. Now, at least SOSC is more or less taking over the map, that is true. But he's still playing Cure's game. And that's not changing. We have more Robos on the way, Dark Shrine as well. So SOS is still committing to a ground-focused army, despite the fact that Cure is going mass tank ghost liberator. Ay. So it feels like SOS is just tunnel visioning a little bit too much here. Cure's doing everything correctly. The one thing that Cure has to do is periodically scan across the map to make sure there is no Skytoss transition. So every now and then, just check. Let's move in. And this is going to be the big moment here for SOS as we try to expand here on the low ground. Oh my god, massive armor shred. Army force mag, Nova goes off. Does not connect. Jesus. Liberation zones are popping up. But I spoke about this is SOS's moment here. Kira's taking a 5th base. Now, notoriously, the 5th expansion on Winter Madness is very difficult to defend. Your initial 4-base setup is very easy and very secure, so that's why SOS has had a hard time pushing in. But the 5th base is on the low ground, and there's multiple angles of attack. So that 5th base should be the next big target. We can see SOS pushing towards the 3rd. Does get 1, does get 2 Liberators, may get 3. Yeah, 3 Liberators go down, Army comes in from behind, and we're punishing the Stalkers. Now we can just stim. Yeah, we can chase. There's nothing to stop Kira. There's no disruptors. Ideally, you have disruptors to zone away the army to allow for an escape. But Kira, he can just chase. Yeah, he can just keep on chasing. He wants the Immortals, and he's going to get them. Massive EMP. Gets 1, gets 2, gets all 3. Yeah, takes down 3 Immortals. SOS plummets in supply. Get a very rough fight here. As we were trying to emphasize, the next target should be the 5th base, but he pushed into the 3rd, into Liberation Zones as well. And he lost everything. He lost everything, and now he's switching into Colossi. Oof. Now, the plus side of going to Colossus at this moment is that Cure, he lost his Vikings and he's not replacing them. So the Viking count is low. That is true, but there are still plenty of Liberators. But there is like reasoning behind going into Colossus at the moment, just because there are no Vikings. We'll see if they can work out though, if they do work out. SOS moves into the 3rd once again, and will kill a CC. Command center does go down. Colossi are amassing. We're building up to 4 Colossi. Okay. Okay. Cure, he's done the most difficult part of Winter Madness. He defended the 5th. He's defended the 5th base. EMPs do connect. Now it's pushing into the bases. Expansions will go down. SOS will defend, actually. Defends that northern base. We bring this up all the time when it comes to this kind of scenario here, but SOS did slip up in the sense that he should have prioritized saturation on this expansion. He hasn't taken that many resources away from Cure. Not that many. Oh, as the Colossi are exposed. Yeah, the Colossi are exposed. They gotta back off. Viking production has begun. Oh, Cure, he does leave the army idle here. He's going to bleed out a lot of supply. Yeah, miscontrol of the Cure. He's distracted. He's diving the Colossus. Oh no, in the middle. Oh my god, does he get any? 2 Colossus left. Did 2 go down? 2 Colossi may have gone down. The Observer was not quite looking. Another Colossus falls. Massive pickoffs. So Cure may have lost his army on the top side, but it was worth it. He was able to snipe 3 Colossi. I believe it was 3. Might have been 2. But once again, heavy losses for SOS. Stalkers, they blink in. SOS coming in from behind. And he doesn't have enough. Yeah, SOS, he does not have enough to really break through this, to assault the main army, to defend. SOS bleeds out almost everything. And Curry, he will start knocking down these bases. ICP. He goes off. goes off. SOS commits into the Liberators. He'll lose every single Colossus. The Vikings, they pop up. Takes down the Claw, takes down the entire army. Actually, he just throws everything away. The Zealots, the Immortals, the Colossi. One Stalker survives. And now these bases belong to Cure. This is why it's important to saturate these bases earlier and faster to make sure that you can take away resources away from Cure. That was not the case. That was the case here in the center base, but the Fringe expansion is less so. So Curie breaks out, and once again, just like game one, Curie, he was under no real danger once we got into the mid game. When it came to the early game, it was a little bit different. When we saw like the early Immortal push from SOS, like there was definitely potential there. But the moment that failed, like we had to start taking it and expanding. And as you mentioned, like SOS did. As I mentioned, it did feel like SOS, he was very much so tunnel visioning. And now the best chance scenario here for SOS, just like last time, is base trade. And you can see Cure turn around. Yeah, Curie does turn around. DTs, they hit the northern base, and they will get the planetary. Oh, mass repair though. Oh, is it gonna be enough? Can he save it? Ah, he can. Planetary survives. The Liberation is back at home. And Curie, he defends and he attacks. Oh, there's a recall. There's a recall back home. Cure, he respects it. Ooh, the Colossus, they're left idle. Yeah, an attentive there from SOS to an attentive, leading out with 2 Colossus. Drew moves in. Does move in, knocking down to the base. At the same time, once again, SOS goes to the base trade. Once again, SOS can never fight the main army. Just cannot happen. Liberation has arrived back at home. Planetary will go down and GG. GG gets called. Cure, he overwhelms across the map, and Cure, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the winners match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cure, he will advance on. SOS, he had an interesting showing here, winding it back. If you recall, I was curious how SOS is going to perform. In recent years, he's been very, I would say, more standard than anything, and we saw that here as well, where SOS, he had some unique openers, is what I will say. He had some unique openers. He kept going Robo. He kept going Robo as an opener every single game, and it would lead into these early Immortal timings, but he never really committed to them. So in the end, he would fall behind, like tech-wise specifically. He would fall behind tech-wise. He'd be later he'd be delayed when it came to going into Blink or Charge or any kind of splash damage. He was stuck with his Immortal heavy composition, and he never got to make use of it. There's a reason why this build is not really seen anywhere else. Like SOS, he's the only player that's been relying on it here, and for good reason, like others don't. It does give some aggressive options earlier, but we didn't see that come into play. GG. GG, well played with that. Cure does advance on into the winners match, and up next we have a TVZ between ByuN and SHIN. Ooh, we'll see you soon for our next matchup. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 2 Ro12 Group A. We just wrapped up with our first series with Cure versus SOS. Cure coming out on top here, coming into and advancing on into the winner's match. But now we're here to determine who will join Cure in that winner's match. Will it be SHIN? Will it be ByuN? Will it be a Terran? Will it be a Zerg? Here we go. Here we go. We have a fresh best of 3 getting ready for us here, and it's going to be a spicy one. I will say that SOS, he's maybe the dark horse of the group for sure, and I do hope that he's able to have a good showing when it comes to his upcoming matches. Meanwhile, when it comes to ByuN versus SHIN, I do think that this is going to be a closer match. I do think this is going to be a closer match, a closer series. SHIN, of course, he did make it all the way to the grand finals of GSL Season 1, showcasing his ZVT prowess. If you recall, we were casting SHIN versus Maru in the semifinals, and we were trying to emphasize, we'll get into it. We're trying to emphasize SHIN's EVT. Meanwhile, what is ByuN's quote? Chicken dinner for me today. Let's go. As we have his most recent performances here last season in the last season of GSL Season 1 2026, got to the top 8, got to the round of 8. That is where ByuN's run did end. We'll see if ByuN can outperform himself this time and reach into not just the round of 8, but even the round of 4 this time, or even further than that. So we'll see if ByuN can exceed his previous performances. Meanwhile, SHIN coming in with his own quote as well. I like the rain, so today I think I'll win. I'm assuming it's raining in Korea right now, and that's the reference there. But of course, SHIN, he is the most recent runner-up of GSL Season 1. He got 2nd place, beating Maru in that tournament. Now, once again, it is important that we discuss his ZVT. He's very unique, very unique when it comes to ZVT, and he was able to dominate Maru and all the other Terrans ahead of him. We'll see if ByuN and the other Terrans have been able to learn from his style and adapt and respond, and we'll see what he has learned from his performances so far throughout the year of StarCraft. Oh boy. So again, when it comes to SHIN's style, he's very fond of roach heavy play, very fond of early lair tech, early roach tech into a safer mid game, in towards ultras. That's typically kind of like SHIN's direction. It's a very safe way of playing as well by relying on early roaches, but we'll get into it as we're loading the game number 1. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player for Shalva Rebellion. It is ByuN. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is SHIN, the runner-up of GSL. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome one and all. Welcome to Tourmaline, one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Very quickly, we have the head-to-head here with offline events, ByuN having a lead over SHIN, and online, ByuN also having a lead over SHIN as well. But this is also why I don't really give a lot of weight to these stats, these statistics, or to like a legal act, for example. A lot of that relies on historical data, when what's important is current data. What's important is current form more so than historical form. I would say coming into this, SHIN is favored based off of his recent performances, and again his recent prowess in ZVT specifically. I said at the time that SHIN, in my mind, his weakest matchup is ZVP. We saw that he did play it out versus Hero. I would say that SHIN's strongest matchup is, you know, a mix between his ZVT and ZVZ. Like, that's where he does typically thrive. But once again, though, SHIN is he's very roach heavy. He's very roach heavy typically. Very safe when it comes to the mid game. Here, SHIN does go for a hatch pull opener though. Okay, SHIN going for delayed gas. This leads into what I was just saying, actually. So typically when you go for late gases, that means you're going for delayed link speed, and that means you're going into either early lair tech or early roach tech, one or the other. That's typically the go-to here for SHIN, off of a delayed gas geyser. For now though, ByuN does go for his own rack expand, a standard economic opener here out of ByuN. We'll see where SHIN takes us. ByuN is opening up. Oh, un momento. We go. From here, ByuN, he typically thrives in the mid game. Like in the mid game, he's typically very aggressive with his stay with us, ByuN. There was a big yawn there to ByuN. Yes, the ByuN. He's sleepy, papi. He's sleepy. It's early. True. It's early. As Reaper's going to be deflected, and ByuN, he confirms no third base, right? So as we mentioned before, like, it's very intentional that this late third base here by SHIN. He's playing a little more two base heavy, which is SHIN's go-to. ByuN, meanwhile, going for his fast OTC. Economic follow-up out of ByuN. SHIN, he has all that gas. He has more than 100. You can see the observer point out the fact that there is no link speed, which, again, we did assume. As soon as we saw late gas, that means no link speed. And again, we're waiting for either a lair or a roach warren. One or the other. So now SHIN is running up. There it is, fast lair. It's going to be a 3 minutes 6 or 3:5 lair timing. So a very early lair here by SHIN. And with that fast lair, that can be one of two things. I mean, one of three things, really. This could be either 2-base Muta, 2-base Roach, or 2-base Hydra. You might be thinking, 2-base Hydra, well, what? Is that a thing? Yes, if you've been watching StarCraft over the last 3 months, both SHIN, Rogue, and Solar have been embracing fast layer into fast Hydra tech in ZVT. But we can see that SHIN throws down the Roach Warren. I believe the Roach Warren is hidden behind the natural. So SHIN is going to Roaches. Now, because this layer is so quick, that means that Roach speed is going to be very fast as well. Really fast Roach speed. So there's going to be a timing, there's going to be a window where SHIN can hit with Roach speed and with the first +1 upgrade very quickly. Not saying that he has to go for an all-in to hit with that timing, but I am saying that that timing is going to be available. Right? It's going to be available here for SHIN to make use of if he wishes. Meanwhile, we can see that ByuN's going for his 3CC Banshee. Very safe play here by ByuN. I do like this, especially because SHIN he's very, very roach heavy in his play. I do think that playing Banshees is just a very safe way to play against SHIN. Very, very safe. It's going to be +1 carapace. Okay, that will help out the, all things Zerg. Roaches are amassing. SHIN is going to be cutting workers here at 47. So 47 workers now is making roaches. Now the question becomes, does SHIN all in, or does he make a wave of roaches, try to scare ByuN with it, apply some pressure, and then drone up behind it? Speaking of, you can see that drone production has begun. So it looks like SHIN is not going for the all in. But ideally, he wants to make it look like an all in. Like that's where typically SHIN thrives, is with that ambiguity. Because he's willing to all in, but here he is not. You can see now rushing into the Visation bit. That should be for safety infestors, for hive tech, for ultras. As we mentioned at the very beginning of the series, SHIN is very, very, very fond of going Roach into ultra. That is his bread and butter in ZVT. ByuN does break forward. Pokes forward. SHIN, he has his roaches. He should be revealing this soon. And the 8 roaches are. It looks like SHIN, it was just safety roaches. Looks like he is not going to apply any pressure with them. Staying more defensive. They're the safety infestors, as we mentioned. The reason why you need these infestors is because SHIN has no banelings. So without banelings, roaches will just be annihilated by heavy marine armies. So you do need that support in the form of fungal growth. As ByuN does move out, he does have stim. Raven with the main army as well. Love to see it. Clearing up all this creep. Fungus are ready. And ByuN does see the infestor. He does see. Sees, he knows. Nice cleanup here. Catching out 4 tumors. Nice cleanup out of ByuN. Hive has begun. Jesus. So rushing into the hive. As I mentioned before, again, we're rushing into Ultra Tech. That is the big win condition. That's the power spike for SHIN. If he can get there, he can dominate. And right now the pressure's on ByuN to apply pressure and to make sure that doesn't happen. Slow SHIN down. Oof. Bleeds out a marine. It does bleed out marines here. ByuN has to get the hell out of here. Some messy trades. Messy. When it comes from behind, nice aces. Ooh, the fungal though. Oh god, he gets caught out. Yeah, massive fungals here. The army gets caught whilst they don't connect with the tank. Miscontrol. Yeah, miscontrol there by Shin. That tank should have gone down. That's still a little bit concerning here. Shin, I believe he has 2. Yeah, he has 2 more fungals, almost 3. 2 currently. Does not want to waste them. Shin just confirming the army in position. Oof, one infestor goes down. Nice pick off. Very nice pick off out of ByuN. The fungals though, once again. Oh my god, massive piles. You see ByuN's bio army just plummets. Takes the piles to the face, but it does retain the tank count. 2 of the tanks are stacked. Meanwhile, very nice in counterattack. Alas, ByuN does have reinforcements. Lings are deflected. No major damage. Does at least cause a distraction. And here come the ultras. As you mentioned, the win condition for Shin. Hive tech into ultras. That is his win condition. And he's almost there. And again, ByuN failed to do any meaningful damage before Hive tech, before ultras. He failed to punish. The ultras are here. ByuN does move in. Moves in, clears up creep. Shin collapsing the Marines. He's keeping up, and here comes the counterattack. Here comes the main push. Ooh, getting on top of the tank. One tank goes down, fungal lands, the other tank does get biled. So far, good trades here by Shin. The armor shred is helping against those ultras, but the fungals are connecting. Ooh, that was the final fungal. Yeah, that was the final fungal. I believe ByuN will hold. Yeah, ByuN is holding on here. Again, it was just a very nice armor shred on the ultras. And Shin has to back off. He has to back off. He has to retreat. Now, what did Shin achieve with this? He didn't really get much economic damage, but he did reset the army. For the most part, he was able to trade very well against the bio army, against the tanks. So I'm concerned here about the follow-up push. In my mind, ByuN is going to have less to defend this time. Likewise, it also means that Shin won't have as many fungals available with the main fight. That is true. But losing those 4 ultras, I mean, that does hurt. So ByuN, he's going to be able to stabilize. Really stabilizing. That push ideally had to end the game. That had to end the game, and Shin, he failed to kill. Now Shin's ultra count is very low. Nice. Oh no, he gets in! No, he gets into the natural. Yeah, a little bit messy there from ByuN, but he does get into the natural base, catching reinforcements, and Lings they split off into the 3rd. But again, it was a messy run by here by Shin. Doesn't get the eBay. Oh, does he? Oh, he does. Okay. Takes down the eBay. This was a lot of Zerglings though. A lot of Zerglings go down. Now we built up back up to 6, so to be 7 ultras. So now we have a healthy ultra count. The infestor count I still believe is either 1 or 0. 1. Okay, 1 infestor. 3 more on the way. And you can see that it's taking time for Shin to recover. Like Shin, it's taking him a long time to rebuild that army. And because it's taking Shin so long, ByuN is able to rebuild. ByuN is remaxed. Yeah, Shin's in trouble. Ultra's getting caught out. Oof. Mine's just going up. Armor shred on the ultras once again. And the ultras are just melting here. Oh my god, that's what, 3 ultras going down. Expensive losses there for Shin. Expansive losses. And again, ByuN he's weathered the storm at this point. Like, he's weathered through the storm. That big power spike was when the ultras first hit, and that came and went. We have some drop lords on the way. Now SHIN can still make this work, but it's gonna be difficult. It will be difficult here. He's relying on those fungals. If they land, I mean, hey, SHIN can pull this off. Turrets are being thrown down. ByuN getting ready for the June drop. That one Raven has done so much for ByuN. That's the third anti-armor missile. That's the third armor shred, always on the ultras. Every time. Unironically, that Raven has been a big part of the defense for ByuN each moment. All three pushes. All three engagements. He's been able to shred the armor on every single ultra. Or most of them, I should say. Turrets are in position. Drop is denied. Oof. SHIN throwing away supply. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN. As on the horizon, ByuN, we're going to be able to get into ghost production. There's no ghosts yet, but they should be on the horizon here. To the point where we should now be seeing an academy. There it is. And there's the academy. Yo, he's listening to the stream. He's like, oh yeah. True. Academy would be good. But ByuN now he's turtle up. He's got his sensor towers. There's missile turrets. Planetaries. 5 more CCs on the way. Nice catch for the Corruptors. At this point, again, the era for Ultras has come and gone. We do need the Broodlords instead. You get ready for the Broodlord switch. Corruptors do telegraph that, so ByuN in the back of his mind should now be aware of the potential of Broodlords. That's why the Ghost switch needs to happen soon. Need to see it soon here. Oh. SHIN tries to get it in once again. Another armor shred on the ultras. Banelings get into the mineral line. Not bad. Planetary goes down. Yeah, breaks the planetary. Catching out some of the bio. And this is where the ball starts rolling a little bit here in favor of SHIN, where, hey, for the first time in a long time, he kills the base. Actually, for the first time, period. Oh, but he'll lose one as well. Yeah, he will lose this. There's a scan, a mineral line goes down. There are Corruptors, though. We can try to catch out the drop at least. That's the entire base falling, and SHIN is distracted as well. Yeah, no pickup, no save. That was a brutal loss for SHIN. And again, this is just giving ByuN time. For what? For ghosts. Now he has 7. 7 ghosts are up. He's got 4 more ghosts on the way. Soon to be 11. 11 ghosts. Cloak is in production. ByuN is refining his army. And SHIN, once again, should be targeting the center base. Okay, commits. Nice micro shrouds. Throws in the shrouds. Tries to get into the bases. Banelings, they do connect with some of the ghosts. That was what maybe. Oh, the fungal though. Oh my god. Fungal connects, but it's going to be a rough trade. Does catch out a good chunk of ghosts. The infestors, they get thrown away as well. We're getting messy. We're getting very, very messy here. On the one hand, SHIN, he takes down 9 ghosts. On the other hand, it did cost him all the ultras and the infestors. SHIN has done it. SHIN, he's done it. If we can keep these Corruptors alive, bam, Broodlord switch. Ooh, gets a CC. Takes out the command center, pulls away. Remember, the Great Aspire is done. Is this a moment for Broodlords? I would say this should be it. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, Shin, he already was making supply and spending supply on things, so he doesn't have the supply to morph in all the Broodlords, but at least 4, it's okay. It's okay. But that was it, right? That was the game-winning fight for Shin. He broke the expansion. He caught all the ghosts with the fungal. And now here comes the 1-2 punch. Here comes the second wave. This time with Broodlords. Ideally, Shin wants to bait the ghosts forward. He wants the ghosts to expose themselves. Oh. Yeah, as the ghosts move forward, the ultras they commit. Oh, Mind Shot's going to be going up. And can we break through? Can we get on top of the ghosts? Oh god, the Banelings are choking up. Yeah, the Banelings are choking up. Massive tank shots on the Banelings. The choke one was brutal, and there's not really much of a follow-up here, even with the Infestor being burrowed. Yeah, that was not worth it for Shin. Shin, he gets a mineral line, but he fails to get on top of the ghost this time. No fungal lands. Final Broodlord ghost. Oh god, that was expensive. And that was so expensive to the point where Shin has no gas. Shin, he burned through his bank. He does have minerals available, but he has no gas. And that is hurting. There we go. Now Shin notices. He's like, oh, I need some gas geysers. So that was a really rough fight for Shin. ByuN, can he stabilize? If given time, he will. Given time. Shin pokes in. ByuN's in position. At this point, the best that Shin can hope for is to starve ByuN out. At this point, I don't really see Shin winning the engagement and pushing into the base and breaking the position anymore. At this point, I feel like Shin's best chance is contain ByuN on these 5 bases, because ByuN is running out of money. Like he's slowly running out of money. Shin is taking more bases. As I say that, he may lose one. Bleeds out a queen, bleeds out a drone. Banelings once again, they try to collapse on top of the ghosts. Oof. Quite able to. But the best opportunities for Shin may be this, in the sense that ByuN, he wants to break, he wants to expand. ByuN, he wants to expand, he wants a base. Whether it's top left or center right, one of those 2 bases will eventually belong to ByuN, or at least he hopes that's the case. It looks like ByuN is focusing on top left. So he's focusing on top left. And it's on Shin to just maintain his position and wait for ByuN to expose himself. I was going to say at this point it may be wise for Shin not to push into these positions. But he's once again trying to bait out the army. Oh, gets a ghost. He gets 1. He gets 2. Takes on 2 ghosts, and he does get 3. 3 ghosts go down and cleans up some of the tanks. He has 3 tanks going down, and he does not break the expansion. Oof. So my concern here is that now he's triggering a counterattack, and can he stop ByuN from taking out top left? Oof, massive snipes. He cannot. He cannot stop ByuN. And this is Shin being punished for pushing. And he's going to be punished. He will lose the army and lose the base. And suddenly, this one big mistake from Shin is gonna allow ByuN to expand. Yeah, ByuN takes on top left. Now he can expand here at the same time, pushing bottom right. Shin thankfully does react to the bottom right army in time. Now, I will say, thankfully, Shin was mining from this expansion, so he has already taken a lot of resources away from that base. But that's still ByuN's next expansion that he wants, of course. He wants it. Like how today's quotes are just plans. True. it's you know, it's what they're gonna do. sOs playing football. ByuN is getting chicken. True. As ByuN does try to come into the planetary, and he will bring it down this time. Oh my god, thanks to the caustic spray. Brings down the base. This was a better trade here for ByuN, and sorry, for SHIN, and ByuN takes bottom right. I mean, now what's scary here, I was gonna say that top left, if ByuN takes it, it's okay for SHIN because SHIN did mine out most of top left, but this center right base, SHIN did not saturate properly. So there's a lot more resources available here, and ByuN, if he can claim that expansion, I mean, that is a huge win for ByuN. SHIN, you can't let that happen. He moves in, gets a mineral line, and a CC, potentially. Like 3 volleys. Oh, one of us, he gets it. Barely does. But again, this is what matters here. Fresh base, essentially. Fresh base here. And that's on SHIN for not prioritizing saturation of that base earlier. It wasn't like ByuN was pressuring that expansion, not at all. So could have been taken sooner. And this will keep ByuN powered for quite some time. Pressure's on SHIN. Catching us some Marines, not bad. There's a planetary alongside the base. SHIN, what's the plan? Now, he knows a couple of things here. Center right is the most important base for ByuN. That is true. So, technically, that means that ByuN should have most of his army positioned there to defend it. It does mean that maybe SHIN can find an opening here in the center. You can see he's going for a Doom Drop in towards the natural. So there might be some openings elsewhere. That is the hope for SHIN. That's the hope. SHIN is looking to drop into the base. It is a risk. But it's a risk that SHIN has to take now, because SHIN is going to be out produced soon. Oh no, ByuN's in position! Oh my god, massive snipes! Catching the Ultra as well. The Ultralist goes down. Heavy losses for SHIN. SHIN pushing in. Nice EPs. Yeah, nice EPs on the Vipers. Banelings, they do try to collapse on the main army. Oof, he cannot push into the tanks though. Can he get the CC? Oh, he might be able to. One more volley. Does get it. But again, these were expensive losses for SHIN. He lost a lot of Ultras there. And once again, that triggers a counterattack that SHIN cannot defend. Oof, and he's gonna lose another base. Oh god. Jesus, SHIN making 16 Broodlords. Okay. 16 Broodlords has potential. Has potential here. Thankfully, there are no Vikings. There are no Vikings. The low Infestor count is concerning. Usually, Infestors are necessary here to punish the ghosts. Without them, there is no clear punish. Lings, they delay some mining. Broodlords are moving in. There's a couple of overseers with the main army. Okay, there's a scan. The army's getting caught. And ByuN has to get the hell out of here. He has to get the hell out of here. He will lose tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks and 2 ghosts. So far, a good start for SHIN. Good start. And we're going to keep going. This is it. This is SHIN's moment here. The massive Broodlord switch. It does the Duckling Liberators. Does dive on top of the tanks. Sorry, does dive on top of the ghosts. He's chasing. Oh, doesn't quite chase him down. Ghosts, they make it out, but the base does fall. Massive pickup here at the CC. takes down the command center, and SHIN, I think he's done it now. Yeah, this one he has done it. Whew. Was an intense back and forth here with ByuN finally expanding, taking some fresh bases. But SHIN, he had large enough bank here for the Broodlord switch, and ByuN was not ready for this. Yeah, not ready for the mass Broodlords. Broodlords, they keep pushing forward, they're getting some of the ghosts. There's 4 ghosts left, and GG gets called, and SHIN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. SHIN will take a lead in the series. And again, it was quite an intense one here. ByuN, he was locked down on a low base count for a long time, but he did fight hard, and we saw SHIN take some rough fights. We saw SHIN like 2-3 different times take some really rough fights, which allowed ByuN to break out, to punish the bases and to cripple SHIN's economy in his own way. So there was that back and forth interplay, but SHIN did have a large enough bank to go for these big tech switches, and every single time, like, he was able to break out and break through and deal some devastating damage. The most obvious one here towards the end was the 16 Broodlord switch, where ByuN was woefully unprepared for mass Broodlord. GG, well played. SHIN will take a lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Title Citadel. Now, when it comes to this style from SHIN, as we didn't mention, this is SHIN's go-to, is Roaches into Ultra Tech. That's his go-to. Typically, you do want to be punishing this earlier on, before that before that Ultra switch, before that Hive Tech becomes available. There are opportunities, there are windows in time where you can punish, but it's on ByuN to attempt to punish that, to attempt to hit those timings, as it was unable to in the last game. It's unable to. So here we go. Yo, I stand back. Bienvenidos. You're jumping into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Green Terran player, we have the Blue Terran, it is ByuN for Shopify. Bottom right-hand corner, we have SHIN, the Red Zerg. They just give you no time. They give you no time, but here we go. We're loading into game number 2, and ByuN is down in the series here, and we'll see if he can try to punish SHIN earlier on. As he mentioned, SHIN, last game he freely got into Hive Tech. He freely got into Hive, he freely got into Ultras as well. ByuN was not able to stop him. I will say that ByuN did survive the first Ultra timing. If you recall, it was quite some time ago, but we were praising ByuN's Raven. The Raven put in some work. 3 different fights. The Raven was able to anti-armor missile almost every single Ultralisk and completely shut down SHIN's aggression, allowed ByuN to survive, to defend, to take better fights, and to eventually get a 4th and get a 5th base. ByuN, he eventually was able to persevere and stabilize and turtle up. Eventually he was broken longer and later on in the game, but early on, like, that Raven was the MVP, it felt like, against SHIN's Mass Ultra. But this time we'll see if ByuN is more active and more aggressive early on this time. I feel like that's the best way to deal with this. We've been seeing players like Clem be quite successful against SHIN by going for these earlier and aggressive builds, punishing the Hive Rush. But we'll see. See if ByuN does decide to take a more aggressive route this time, or embrace a longer and later game again. But now, once again, Hatchpool Gas. Later gas guys are out of SHIN, so once again, we're expecting later link speed and earlier roaches. Those are expectations of SHIN. Those are our expectations. And from ByuN last game, if you recall, he did go for a faster CC. He went 3 CC, I want to say 3 CC into Banshee, into Vanilla Banshee, into his Biostim timing. His Marines, they moved out like at 6:30, like sub 7 minutes, I recall. So now our players are going to be everything up. And we'll see ByuN once again goes economic, and whether or not he does shift his builds. I would hope so, but we'll see. Oh, as no, my apologies. Are we going? Oh, no, never mind. There we are. 1-1-1. Okay, so 1-1-1 build here out of ByuN. Much more aggressive. Much more aggressive. Much more. So the Lings, they do fail to scout. I don't think that SHIN saw the timing of the starport. I could be mistaken though, but I don't think the Lings went far enough in to see the starport. Specifically, he did see the add-on swap, but that's all he saw. So SHIN is in the dark. SHIN once again goes for the fast lair. That is a 3:15-ish lair timing. So early lair. This time though, do you see what I see? Link speed. Remember, last game, no link speed. This time, link speed into lair. So this could be 2-base muta. Okay. Now, if this is 2-base muta, and if ByuN goes for a 1-1-1 Banshee Hellion, ByuN can punish. ByuN, he might be able to find some critical damage here, as SHIN will be lacking roaches to defend, assuming that this is a Spire. Usually with fast roaches, you don't get link speed. That's why I'm assuming Spire tech. Hellions, they pick in. Do they scout? He gets eyes on the gases. Gets eyes on gas geysers. Gets behind the natural base. Ooh, will be shut down. Doesn't see the main and show us that Spire. Again, that's our assumption here. We're looking at SHIN. There it is. There's the Mutaden. Oh, that's the Mutaden. There's the Spire. Access to mutas. Again, the reasoning for this and the reason why we expected this is because of link speed. Right? Link speed is a massive tell. ByuN should also notice that. If ByuN can see Zerglings with speed, that's a big tell that something weird is going on. As the initial Banshee does move in. Does pick in, so far deflected. Nice defense here by SHIN. What I will say is that so far SHIN has kept the Spire hidden. He's kept it hidden, and even though ByuN has seen some signs, like right, he saw the gases, he so far has seen no roaches, and he saw the link speed. So ByuN, he's somewhat aware that something is going on here. It could still be 2-base Hydrogen. So ByuN does not have confirmation yet. Not yet. And remember, ByuN went for a late third. So now he's moving out. As mutas, they have hit the field. So far unscouted, so there's no turrets. No turrets in position. A couple of drones do go down here to the Banshee play. Okay, nice catch. Catching, transferring workers, even getting a queen. Yeah, one queen goes down. Catching up 2 queens even, and the mutas are deflected. Oof. Now, this is where I'm a little bit concerned here. That's going to be 6. Oh my god, 6 drone kills. The mutas, they should have shut this down, but no, 6 drones do fall. Mutas, they get 0 damage done across the map, and even if the Banshees fall now, they've been worth it. They have been worth it here. Now, typically, muta play is supposed to surprise, right? It's meant to be that surprise factor and catch someone off guard, and then go into mass muta and just snowball out of control. I'll say so far, the early game and the early to mid game has been in favor of ByuN. Nice catch on the Hellions. Of Marines, they hold their own. SHIN bleeding out a lot of supply, and SHIN, he cannot fight this head. Oh no, the mutas! Yeah, mutas are going down, and SHIN, again, he's known for his roach play, he's known for his roach into ultra, but this game trying to go 2-base muta, he's being punished. He's being punished quite hard. SHIN is in trouble. SHIN, we got some slow banes to defend. And this bio push might just kill, honestly. This might just be game. Oh, sorry, there's veiling speed. There is veiling speed, so there's a chance. There is a chance for SHIN. Fourth base is cancelled. SHIN is treading water. Treading water. Does poke out, does force back some of the reinforcements. And this is at least buying time, right? This is distracting. If ByuN was pushing, then Shin could be dead by now. But ByuN, he's being distracted. Shin is buying time, is nibbling away at the Marines. Gold base is on the way. ByuN still has the advantage, but if given time, Shin can recover. That's only if ByuN leaves him alone, and he shouldn't. That's the reality here. He should not leave him alone. Catching out 3 tumors. Lingbane is still attempting to amass. But again, we do still favor ByuN. It is again, they do pick up 2 Marines. Whatever we can get. 2 Marines, maybe a medevac. Oh, Muta gets thrown away. Rough rally there by Shin. Lings do get into the mineral line. ByuN's out of position. Oh, okay. ByuN's out of position. Looks like drilling pool is going to be denied. We catch out more reinforcements. Drilling pool is on fire. Does he get it? That's going to be close. Do we repair in time? Does ByuN repair? As drilling clause is done in 11 seconds. Gold base is going to be shut down. Drilling clause is denied. And Shin does deal some economic damage here, but this doesn't matter if Shin can't get a 4th base. Yeah, Shin, the gold base is killed. Shin just cannot expand. It's just been a rough game from the beginning here for Shin. ByuN's pushing. Granny breaks out. Oh. Catching a couple of overseers. And Shin, he is slowly building up a supply. That is true, but it's still a very fragile army. So I mean, that's why currently Shin is on the back foot. Shin's army is just very fragile. It's very much so a glass cannon, and ByuN is pushing. As he moves out, Shin is likewise going for his own counterattack. Ideally wants ByuN to turn around. ByuN is still pushing. He's breaking into the bases. Ling run by does hit the mineral line. ByuN's not too far away though. Shin collapsing in. Oh, we get some okay connections, but there's still so many Marines. Oh my god! Decent Bailey connections. Oh, the Marines, they get shut down. The Baileys connect. And Shin holds. Wow, Shin does hold on. ByuN, the splits were not there. Yeah, the splits were not there. The control was lacking for ByuN. Split, Pappy, split. And Shin is holding. He holds, he counterattacks as well. 6 SCVs, nice mining at the natural. And Shin's back in this. For the first time in the entire game, Shinny has some momentum going his way. Going for another backstab. Takes down the turret. Gets 1. Gets 2. Now no mining at the 3rd. And denies +3. Oh my god. Yeah, +3 is denied. Shin overwhelming. Catching out Widow Mines. Catching out reinforcements. Once again distracting ByuN. Shin, he has some momentum. From here, he can work towards Hive tech upgrades. On 94 workers. ByuN was forced all the way back home. Oof. So let's be careful there. Shin's still going to be deflected. Again, Shin, he's still going to fight the main army head on with his meters. But he's massing up more Lingbane. Shin hasn't made any mutas in quite some time. He's only on 17. Oh, does take a bunch to the face. Down to 16. A very low muta count. That is a concern. He's very Ling Bane reliant. Very heavy Ling Bane army. Is susceptible to mine shots, to micro. Options on the medevac. Should not get the Thor. ByuN is maxed out. He's now reached that maxed army. Now starting to push. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Shin does not have map control. Oh, you can see ByuN locking in. He's locking in. And the hive is just now on the way. Like up until we get into hive. Oh no, not again. Oh, this is the mutas. Another muta gets run away. ByuN does react in time, does kite back. Ooh, cleans up so much Ling Bane. It's a lot of Ling Bane falling. This time ByuN does spread well, but oh, still gets cleaned up. ByuN is swallowed up. There's another kill on the hatchery. But again, Shin's hive is so late, and with that, Shin's hive tech upgrades are just now starting. Only just now starting. Very late here for Shin. Ultra Garen's on the way. Now, if Shin can survive until Ultras, then Shin can start to take over the map. Start to take over. Oh my god. Even now, catching out 2 full medevacs. There you go. Catching out a couple of medevacs. So dive into the main. As from here, mutas are just trying to cap the production. ByuN just ignores it. Just ignores it. Moves out across the map. If Ultras are back at him to defend, then oh my god, massive shots! Massive Thor shots of the mutas. Get out of here. Do we have any Ultras back at home? The answer is no. Yeah, no Ultras, but it does come in for this round. Very nice round. Collapsing in the army. Thors will survive. One of them does. Lings are collapse in. Okay. Yeah, good cleanup. Very nice cleanup here, and ByuN was committed. He will plummet in supply. And now finally, here come the Ultras. Whew, Ultra production has begun. And again, an impressive recovery here by Shin. Shin was on the back foot for the majority of this game. And you can see, yes, you can see ByuN getting a little bit frustrated. As Shin was barely keeping his head above water for most of this game. Up until the moment, of course, where Shin was able to collapse on the main ByuN army, counterattack across the map, force ByuN back home. We saw the moment where we had Ling counterattack into the mineral lines and SCVs are falling. Shin now throwing away his mutas. He's done with the mutas at this point. It's time for the Ling Bane Ultra. And here he comes. The Ultras are coming. And now it's time to rake bases. Now it's time to knock down these expansions. As SCVs will go down. Oof, massive connections. Planetary falls as well. At this one, I would say that Shin's maybe overextending, as he will bleed out every single Ultra. Yeah, bleeds out these Ultralists, but GG gets called. Yeah, GG gets called. He still breaks through the main army, and Shin will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the winners match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin will claim the series. And again, I'll be honest, for a good while there, I thought it was going to be an ace match. I was not convinced by the 2-base Muta. Shin, the Mutas were not a surprise. They didn't deal much economic damage. Shin, he was bleeding out Mutas, bleeding out bases, bleeding out workers. He lost so many hatcheries throughout the course of this game. Shin, he was struggling to survive, but he was still being very active. He was still being very active as he could be. He was still distracting and still buying some time. And of course, we did speak about the moment where he was able to collapse on the army and then counterattack as well, where he had the big Ling run by in towards the natural and towards the third base. SCVs went down and he survived the main push. He was able to barely survive the main push as well, collapse on ByuN's army. There were a couple of moments where ByuN, if you remember, we did point out at the time where he was not splitting, right? He was lacking splitting. He was lacking the control there, lacking the micro when it came to the main army fight. Took some worse fights, worse engagements, and Shin survived until Ultra Tech. He survived until the Hive. He survived until 5-base economy. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, Cure versus Shin coming up next.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 2 Round of 12 Group A winners match. We are here halfway through the broadcast as we just wrapped up with our first two series. Cure took down sOs 2-0, Shin took down ByuN 2-0 as well, and now we have our first winners match to determine which of these two players will advance on into the round of 8 in first place out of Group A. Let's go. Let us go. We do have our Terran and Zerg player ready for us. We have Cure and Shin facing off in a best of 3. Now, we just experienced Shin's style in that last series versus ByuN, which is more the same. If you've been watching Shin over the past year, like, this is where Shin thrives. It is a fast 2-base play. Sorry, I say fast. Late third base, heavy 2-base play into 2-base lair, whether it's 2-base into roaches or 2-base into mutas. That's where Shin does like to vary it up. Even 2-base Hydra as well. And we got to see both styles that of Shin against ByuN. We'll see how Cure will adjust his approach here. We shall see. As we have our vetoes done, game 1 is going to be Winter Madness, game 2 Old Republic, game 3 White Rabbit. Interesting. Okay, when it comes to our vetoes here, Cure, he got rid of Taito, Celestial, and Mothership. He got rid of some of the larger maps in the map pool with some RNG factors with them as well. And we saw Shin get rid of all the smaller maps. Shin's vetoes look very standard. He got rid of 10,000 feet, Ruby Rock, and Tourmaline. Those are the three most aggressive maps in the map pool. They favor early sim timings, early bio pushes, early aggression from the Terran player. So it makes complete sense for Shin to take them away from Cure here as they load into our first game. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Green Terran player, we have the Blue Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. And in the top left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the runner-up from last season of GSL, it is Shin. Here we go. We have our recent head-to-head here, offline in favor of Shin, online in favor of Cure. But again, that is the historical record between the two players. Now here we go, we're jumping into our fresh series here, and I'm curious to see how Cure will adjust his approach, already setting up on the low ground. Now, when it comes to Shin's play, as I was mentioning, I feel like the vetoes did kind of paint a story here. For Shin to get rid of Tourmaline, 10,000 feet, and Ruby Rock as well, tells us that Shin wants to get into Hive Tech. Like, that's what I read from that, at least. Shin is very fond of going into Roach play into Ultras and Hive Tech, or even Muta play into Hive Tech as well. Like, that is where Shin typically does end games, is with Hive Tech and is with Ultras, not earlier on. So it feels like he's cementing that fact here. Meanwhile, Cure, he should want to do damage early on. Ideally, we did try to point this out during the ByuN series, but there are windows where Shin is vulnerable, like where he is vulnerable, you can try to hit a timing, go for an all-in, and break Shin early on. ByuN was not able to hit any of these early timings. He didn't try to hit early timings or go for all-ins. He was being more reactive than anything and fighting for map control. We'll see if Cure is going to be more assertive, as I'm sure he was watching that series. Here, opening up 2-Rax Reaper. So 2-Rax Reaper at a Cure. This often leads into a 2-on-1 follow-up in the mid-game. So there's going to be layers of aggression here for Cure. There's going to be a bunch of timing attacks available to him. He will be hitting them as well. It'll be up to Shin to survive that. For now, Shin does open up for one of the first times here, an earlier gas. So he does go hatch into pool into gas, or hatch gas pool. I didn't quite get confirmation of the gas timing, but it does feel earlier than what we've been seeing so far with the amount of gas income we already have. Interesting. So Shin may play standard. He may go into link speed at a standard timing here. Yeah, it looks like hatch gas pool. Queens are amassing. Yep, Shin moving out for his third base. Reaper moves in. And we'll see if Cure can get any drone kills. See if he can catch any workers. Pokes forward. Shin pulls away. And we have our back and forth. We have our back and forth here. Catching at one Zergling so far. Second Reaper is revealed. Link speed is on the way, and I believe Shin is staying in gas. Yes. Okay, Shin is staying in gas. Interesting. Now, it's very often, it's a very common response that Shin does love to go for is a Roach all-in after this, but he pulls out. Never mind, he pulls out of gas. So there's no all-in counterattack. No sign of that, at least not yet. Reapers are confirmed, no gas income. Showing away the queens, picking up for his Zerglings. Does pick them up. I'll try to keep an eye on that gas income here for Shin. So far, still just 24 gas. I want to see when and if he pulls back in. As for now, Shin is just droning. Just droning, saturating. We have a follow-up here. A third CC after the factory. So a 3 CC 2-on-1 setup here out of a Cure. And Shin stays out of gas. Okay, stays out of gas. He does go for the low ground expansion. Interesting choice. Going for the more exposed base. Lings are being active. But again, Cure so far has had a better start. Cure's delayed the third base. Disrupted the build. Made it back home. Defends against the Zerglings. Building up into a stim timing. As you mentioned, that's kind of what we were alluding to here. We have the 3CC 2-on-1 follow-up here out of Cure. So he's going for a stim timing with Mass Marine and Medivacs. Cure, he might go Banshee before Medivacs. That is a choice that the Cure has. They can make. Slaps the Overlord. Overlord did confirm the third CC timing. So Shin has an idea. And it looks like it will be Banshee before Medivacs. Okay. Pulling a bit of a Maru. Maru and ByuN are very fond of this style. Of this variation, I should say. Going Banshee into Medivacs. It does mean that the Medivacs is going to be late, but because because this build is inefficient, usually that means that Shin won't have spores. Oh. As the Hellion gets caught. Hellion is caught out. The second Overlord still does fall. And here comes the main push. Banshee moves out so far, I believe, unscouted. Oh, I say that, but spores have been thrown down, so it looks... Yeah, he knows. Shin is where the Banshee is getting ready. He's getting ready for it. Cure does load up. And here comes his stim timing. And we'll see if Shin can hold on here. We'll see if he can save his fourth. The fourth base is going to be the target. Cure is moving in. No banelings to defend. It's going to be pure Ling Queen, and the Queens are out of position. Yeah, Lings are racing over, but it's too late. Yeah, it's too little too late. The base goes down. Massive pickup. Cure gets a fourth. Catching a queen as well. Gets one, gets two. Just the one. Just one queen so far. Clutch save there out of Shin. Very clutch. And Shin does hold, but this is sustain some heavy losses. As Cure now can just deny creep. No scan. Yeah, you saw him stim forward. He thought he had a scan available, didn't have one. Was lacking the energy. Jesus. Medivac does pull away, and Cure pulls out. So far, so good. Cure does pull out. And now when it comes to Shin's build so far, we were alluding to it earlier, but it was a standard opener initially, so there's no early Roach War, no early lair. Shin is still building up, just now getting his lair timing going. So this looks like a very comfortable game for Cure. Cure's looking very comfortable. There's no early tech to worry about. Cure has momentum. He has control of the game so far. Cure's coming. At the same time, Shinny attempts a counterattack. Ooh. Gonna be denied. He is going to be denied. And another base is going to fall here. Barely not. Still no bathing speed. Yeah, still no speed. Bailings, they waddle in. They will not connect. Massive tank shots on the Bailings. Oh my god. Oh, one connects though. A bit of miscontrol. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Cure. Did take Bailings to the face, but in the end he still out-traded SHIN, and oh god, SHIN is just being torn apart. It's being torn apart here. So he does keep up with the drop on the left-hand side. Bathing speed is now done. And Cure's not stopping. Cure is not slowing down. And we spoke about this at the start of this game, at the start of this series, how ByuN was kind of he was not being very aggressive in the last series. He wasn't like building up into these timing attacks and going for these early pushes. Cure is, like, from the beginning, with the initial 2x Reaper into 2-1-1, into double tank push. Like, Cure has been very, very crisp with these timing attacks. And he's been shutting SHIN down. Even here, this is a messy defense here from SHIN. Will defend. A nice lean flank. Very nice flank. Oh god, but the drop comes back in. He just keeps going. Cure, he keeps going. He does not stop. You can see he's still rattling across. You can see Cure, he does not skip a beat. And SHIN is struggling to defend. Has been struggling for the past couple of minutes. As I mentioned, as soon as we saw the standard build here by SHIN, it was like, oh, Cure's going to be very comfortable. And he has been. He's been very, very comfortable. Takes down the expansion. Shuts down the Bailings. SHIN, he'll lose his fourth. And there's no reason for Cure to stop. There's no reason to stop. Just going to keep going. Oof. As mine shots are connecting. Catching on more Zerglings. SHIN, he barely does survive here, does hold on. He holds on to his third. And again, Cure is still in control. Still in control. But I should also emphasize that a lot of this came down to the build itself. Like, the build itself for SHIN was... It was a little more passive. A little more tame. Sort of allowed Cure to just run away with things. Run away with the game. This Cure's aggression continues, dropping into the main base, distracting the main, pushing towards the fourth and the fifth at the same time. Nice target firing. Yeah, very nice. Does focus down some of those Bailings, dragging the army to the mine shot. The mine shot goes off on the Hydras, and the fifth is going to be cancelled. Yeah, there's a cancellation on the fifth base. Drop is dealt with in the main. Cure now pushing towards the third. Shows some mine shots. No friendly fire. And no force friendly fire, but it is forced to pick up. Cure is now maxed. Oof. As we get another mine shot. Oh no! Oh god. Once again on the Hydras. They catch an empty medevac. That's still not good enough. And Cure's maxed. He's maxed out. And again, SHIN has just been struggling for the past, what, 5-6 minutes? It's been holding on. Holding on. As Cure commits on the left. Once again, SHIN doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. Not well enough. This is a minefield. Base out one with a mine so far. Oof. Yeah, mine shot's going to be going up. Does strike the mines. Cure kites well. And once again, SHIN is barely holding on. Cleaned up all the widow mines, true. Did clean up all the mines. What's important here is that SHIN does save his fourth and now is retaking a fifth. For the first time in a long time, he's trying to get his fifth base up and running. Is there a world where SHIN can stabilize? If SHIN can survive until lurker tech, like if we can get a handful of lurkers out, then SHIN can hold. I should say he can hold and he can force Cure to back up and give him some breathing room. So we're just trying to buy time until lurkers. Lurker den is on the way. Hive is almost done. Can SHIN get to the lurkers? If he can, then he's still in this game. He's still in this game. It's been a rough game, but There's a chance. There is hope. As these attacks from Cure have not been getting anywhere near as much damage this time. And nowhere near as much. The Widowmine field that we saw earlier was lackluster. It was like 6 Widowmines and only 1 connection. As the army's clumping. And a mine shots yet. Then counterattack at the third base. Cure is in position. Shin collapses in. Mine shots do not go up. And Shin is holding. Here come the lurkers. Shin is almost there. Yo, Shin is so tenacious. Like, again, just like last game, actually, the game 2 versus ByuN, where Shin, like, he's had a really hard time, but he surrounds the army. 0 medevacs to get away. Better fight for Shin. That was the first good fight for Shin in a long time. Takes a more efficient engagement. And now there's 4 lurkers out. And now that he defends. As I mentioned before, like, once you get into lurker attack, you can slow the game down, and he is. No shot. Shin is slowing the game down. Now, thankfully, Cure, he's already working towards Liberators. He already has a handful of them. That'll be ideal. Up next should be Ghosts. But Cure, he's not ready for Ghost production. And Shin, again, he had to fight so hard for his 5th. But now he's got his 5th, and now he's thinking about his 6th base. 6th base is getting up. This game that was firmly in control of Cure for the past, like, what, 13 minutes? Is now slipping away. Is now slowly slipping away in favor of Shin. Now, I will still say that Shin's lurker count is low. I think he only has 3. Only 3 lurkers. Lurkers, right now, they're the backbone to his defense in certain areas. And with a lower lurker count, that does give Cure the opportunity to push in. Oh, free Widowmines. Gets 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 Widowmines go down. Scans for the lurkers. At the same time, we do see Shin collapsing on the drop. He wants a medevac. Doesn't quite get it. Yeah, not quite. Ooh, very nice mine shots. Mine shot goes up, and to roll into the mineral line. He wants a planetary, and he will get it. Doesn't get the SCVs, but does get the planetary at the same time. Ooh, do you have the counterattack? Double power bomb here on the medevacs. Oof. Medevacs a stack. Shin is fighting back. Now morphing in a fresh set of lurkers. 5 lurkers on the way. Shin taking the center expansion. We now have a game. We have a back and forth. Again, it was messy. It was not clean. It was not a clean game. It was very, very messy, but Shin very much so is in this. He's now up to 8 lurkers. Where's the Ghost Academy, by the way? Still no ghosts. And to be fair, you can still make this work with Mass Liberator, but it's not easy. So we're just heavily reliant here on Mass Lib. Hold position. He's on hold position. Oh my god! Massive shots going off. He was on hold position, Fatty. Not the best connections with the lurkers, as it was a split towards the start of that. But regardless, nice moves. Jesus, here comes the mass freedom zones. That's a lot of freedom. Show some power bombs. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. That's a kill, not a cancel. You know, that's 15 liberators. Jesus. Shin, he has to catch the army either unsieged or without the liberators. Shin is holding off. Now since the main base gets spotted. As again, mass liberation has arrived. Whether it's power bombs or reductions, we are heavily reliant here on these Vipers. As there is no Spire, there are no Corruptors. Gets one. Catches one Liberator. Lunging forward. A gets two, gets three, gets four. Ooh, there is left behind. Yeah, Liberators are abandoned. Better engage for Shin. Lurkers are coming from behind with the Nidus. Okay. As Lings, they collapse in the army. Lurkers pushing further in, catching out some of the SCVs. They stack. The SCVs are stacking. Ooh, 10 SCVs going down. And the Lurkers, they waddle away. They waddle away, pappy. He's fighting his heart out. Corruptor production has begun. Shin is still lacking a bank though. That's what's really hurting him here. Again, he had to fight so hard for his 5th base. At this point, he's running out of money. He needs time to rebuild. Oh, Planetary's not done. Not bad. Likewise, ooh, does in some power bombs. One Viper goes down. Ooh, that's gonna be what? 3, 4, 5? 5 Liberators. Oh my god. Again, at one point we had 15 Liberators. Now we're down to 5. Down to 5 Liberators. Trying to collapse in, catching us some of the ghosts. Oh, but we need more Ling Bane. We need more Ling Bane. There's not enough. Yeah, none of Ling Bane. Curious breaking through. Looks like he may have just done it. Yeah, just rallying reinforcements across the map, and Shin does not have enough buffer for his army. Rallies over the Infestor, and Cure he will finally overwhelm. Again, Cure, he was in control of the majority of this game, then he lost that momentum, he lost that lead. Shin, he recovered, and then we had the back and forth, and GG gets called. Cure does overwhelm, and Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Cure will take a lead in the series, but again, still a series, still a back and forth. There's still more games to come. But again, impressive comeback there from Shin. Again, Shin, he was dead. He was dead in the water. Like the first, what, 13, 14, 15 minutes? It was rough. Shin, he was on the back foot. He was just taking so many hits to the face. But he recovered, and I was very impressed. Very impressed that he got into his high tech, got into his lurker tech, and Shin made a game out of it. He made a game out of it in the end. In the end, of course, what really hindered him was his lack of economy, lack of map control, lack of map presence, and just lack of mining, of course. But he was able to hold his own for a time and was able to make Cure work for it. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cure takes the lead in the series. Now we're going to be loading into the Old Republic. Let's go. Let us go. And again, our assumptions here is that Cure is going to keep up the momentum. Remember, game 1 began with 2-Axe Reaper into 2-1-1 into double tank timing follow-up as well afterwards. Like just bam, 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 like timing after timing after timing. Cure was just non-stop there in the face of Shin. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. In the top right-hand corner, we have Shin, the Red Zerg. Here we go, as this time Cure, he does not open 2-Axe Reaper. So instead we have the setup on the high ground here for Cure. But he does send out 2 SCVs. Okay, so it's not 2-Axe Reaper, it is proxy 2-Axe Marine though. So it is going to be that bunker rush. 2-Axe is upon us, assuming there's no third SCV. Oh, there is. Oh, never mind. So we thought it was going to be a 2-Axe. No, it's going to be 3-Axe. So 3-Axe bunker rush here from Cure. Hyper committed, hyper aggressive. And we'll see if Shin can scout this with the Overlord. You can see the first Overlord pushing through the center. So the first Overlord will fail to scout. Second Overlord should be outside of the natural. Now, for those that are curious how this works, Cure should only reveal the first 2 SCVs, and Cure, he wants Shin to pull the boys. He wants him to pull the boys to defend, and he wants Shin to chase with the boys out off of creep to chase the Marines and to chase the SCVs. That's what he wants. If Shin overreacts, if he overcommits in such a way, which is the correct thing to do against a proxy 2-Axe, then bam, it's revealed that it's a 3-Axe actually, and there are extra Marines. Then it gets punished, drones go down, and everything just snowballs out of control. So this can end. This can kill if Shin reads this wrong and if he overcommits. So we'll see how Shin reacts to the initial Marines when they reveal themselves. And as I mentioned, as you can see here, Cure, he intentionally only shows 2 SCVs. So he shows 2 workers, sets up the bunkers, Shin pulls away the Overlord. Ooh, and we have a Ro12 response. Okay. Shin, he does not pull the boys. He does not pull the boys. He does not save his natural. The natural will be under fire. The bunker will finish. Oh, does catch 2 Zerglings. 3rd SCV is revealed. And Shin, he will lose his natural. He'll lose the natural base. And Shin's goal here is to break out with an all-in, with a Roach base all-in. Lings, they try to escape. They do. 3 Lings barely slip by. Now Cure has to devote to a defense back at home. So big moment there for Shin. Big moment. Marines are just out. Oh, they just said there's only 1 Ling left. Oof. Nice interception there by Cure. Shin is in trouble. He is in trouble. As Roach production has begun, Lair is on the way. That should be for the Nidus Worm. Roach takes some hits, but they can morph into Ravagers, so it's okay. They can morph into Ravagers. So this should be one of 2 things: either Drop Lords or Nidus Worm, one or the other. There is 1 Zergling across the map for vision. Marauder production has begun. Cure is getting a 2nd bunker just to make sure he secures that low ground. There is an Overlord for Shin outside of the natural base of Cure. You can see it behind the natural. So that would be a way to get a Nidus Worm. And speaking of, there it is, Nidus Worm in the main. As we mentioned, like as soon as you saw the lair, it screams Nidus. Now, 2 things are going to happen. When the Nidus Worm gets across the map and when Cure hears it, that may trigger him to push up the ramp. Because Shin should have supply dedicated to the Nidus. So it's going to be a weaker ramp and a weaker defense. So Shinny has to be careful how and when he does Nidus. I believe Cure did not scout the lair, so he's not fully aware of what's going on. And there it is, Nidus into the main. And Nidus into the main base. And Cure, how does he respond? Does he rush up the ramp? Does he lift the CC and evacuate? There's 1 bile. He goes, yeah, now it's go time. Bile's on cooldown. No, he should have biled. Bile's on cooldown. Massive pickups. There's 1 bile. Doesn't land. Ooh, and so far, so good. Whew. And there we go. Does get across the map. That should prompt Cure. Cure goes to the base raid. No Ravagers, and he breaks through the Roaches. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. There's 2 Roaches left. Shin defends. Yeah, Shin, he comes back into. Oh, massive bile connects. And that's the end of the all-in. That's the end of Cure's all-in. That was an insane battle in the army. GG gets called, and we're going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. Really smart play there by Shin, as he never intended to commit with the Nidus Worm, but every time he used the Nidus Worm, he forced Cure's hand, right? He forced Cure to push up the ramp, and Shin, he was so quick to come back, right? To come back through the Nidus Worm, to come back home to defend, to take a better fight. Landed that, of course, insane bile, and with that, GG, we have a tied up series. We're going to the ace match. Whew, we're going to the ace match. Again, Cure, he had nothing to defend against that Nidus Worm, so he had to respect it, he had to react to it. Crucial that Shin still had an Overlord across the map, of course. True. Did have that 1 Overlord. And with that, we're getting into game 3. We're gonna be leading into White Rabbits. Let's see how it goes. Here we go. We're getting ready here for that 3rd and final game. We have our back and forth so far. And how do we approach game 3? As in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is Shin. They just don't like to talk about the players. But here we go. We're going to be opening it. Welcome to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is a larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, but of course does have the bases spread and split. As a result of that, we do have the base. There's a lot of space in between the bases, of course, a lot of space, a lot of area, and this does mean that if you fail to keep up with rotations in a longer and later game, then whoever has map control will have the advantage. They have a bigger advantage here on White Rabbit due to how difficult it can be to rotate defensively in between all these bases. Here we go. As we once again have Shin going back to basics, hatch, pool, later gas geyser. This I do like. So late gas geyser out of Shin, this does scream roach play. Right? It does scream roach, or I say roach play, it screams early lair or early roaches, it screams lack of link speed as we're going for delayed gas. This is kind of Shin's bread and butter, it's what he's best at. I appreciate that we get to see it here. In game 3. As we get to see this entire series. True. From here, we're just going to be opening up. Likewise, I should also mention that Cure, he is going for his own standard opener as well. No crazy 2x Reaper or anything of the sort. Just opening up. As the Reaper does break in, pokes in, pulls away. Likewise, Shin gets across the map. Oh. Gets across, disrupting the build somewhat here, delaying the CC for a couple of seconds, but nothing major. Bearing in mind, Shin did go for the earlier pull. And oh, we actually have link speed. Okay, so I was making some assumptions here when it came to delayed link speed. The fact that we're getting to link speed, it tells me that just like we saw against ByuN, this is looking like fast lair, and it's looking like mutaplay. As we're at 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, we should see the lair soon. Oh no, that's an early Evo. Wait, what? Early Evo chamber. Okay, yeah, my attention. Very fast Evo chamber. It's a 3cc it's 3cc into Banshee player into Starport. Standard economic build here by Cure, but Shin, he's shifting, he's mixing things up quite a bit here. Shifting gears. Reaper does confirm gas income and also confirms link speed. Really fast pulse on Carapace out of Shin. Interesting. This is ideal against 2-on-1s, not ideal against what Cure's going for. Hellions, they bust in. Drone's going to be going down. 4 drone kills already. 5 drone. Oh god, this is going to get a hand. 5 drone kills. And again, Shin, he's this build is lackluster. So winding it back here, we spoke about it earlier. So fast Evo chamber and fast pulse and Carapace. This is ideal if your opponent's going for these earlier stim timings, but that's not what's happening here. We just keep rallying Hellions, and there are no links to defend. Oh my god. Yeah, more damage being dealt. One more volley. 7 drones. Nice damage by Cure. And we have the Banshee follow-up. So this is just a big risk, a big gamble here from Shin. And so far, it's not paying off. As Shin, he's being quite greedy, actually. Banshee does break forward. Cloak isn't done yet. Yeah, Cloak is done in 10 seconds, which means the spores will finish. Shin is holding on. His holding is defending, now going for a later lair. Again, the earlier gas income apparently was for 1-1 upgrades. Secure is gaining map control. He's getting control. Hellions, they poke in once again. As we mentioned before, there are barely any Lings to defend. They bust through the Lings. Now they get into the mineral line. Oh, quick Evo chamber. Drones are lined up, but alas, the Hellions were not fast enough. We'll deny the expansion though. Your base goes down. Mining is delayed. Hellions, they go for the dive. Drones are lining up. Do we get them? Five drones already. Six drone kills, and is now the expansion. Again, this is still worth it for Cure. It's all worth it. It's all worth it as Lings, they move in once again. Collapsing on top of the Marines. Getting into the mineral line. Nice counterattack here as SCVs are going down. Okay, some very good counter damage. Takes down 10 SCVs, and even though Cure's had a really good early game killing so many drones, suddenly all that work, all that payoff, what was it for? To lose 10 SCVs? SHIN's back in this. SHIN is back in this game. So again, a very nice thing. Counterattack. Now going into Infestors. Oh, but he still cannot take a fourth. Oh my god. SHIN still cannot expand. Banshees, they poke in across the map. They will be deflected, but still 2 drone kills. And the Banshees, oh, they say it in. This is not a defense. The wall is still open. The wall is still wide open. Lings, they flood into the natural, into the main as well. But they do flood in. Catching another 9 SCVs. And a full scout, and dragging the army back home as well. Brutal damage. This Ling harass is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Curie's had enough. He's pushing. Yeah, he's had enough defending. He just wants to push. He just wants to move out. Does have a decent army, but this army is smaller than what it should be due to all the economic damage. Right, he's had to rebuild all those workers, whereas we could have had more money for more units. Lings the third once again, and there's nothing to defend, even forcing friendly fire. 9 SCV kills. He was doing so well. Getting out more workers. Sure, he does take down the expansion at least. Brings down the base. Ooh. Does bring the base down. Once again, Link counterattack. This time there are some Marines in position, but they're going to be overwhelmed. They will be. Catching up the fresh mules as well. Once again, collapsing on the Marines. Trying to force friendly fire. Oof. And yeah, he will lose everything here at the third, time and time again. And now we have Infestors. Ooh. 2 Infestors go down. Miscontrol there by... Oh my god. 3 Infestors full. A shaky defense here by SHIN. Infestors here would be amazing, by the way. There's only one Fungal. Only one Fungal lands. SHIN's in trouble. Again, he could have held here if he had preserved those Infestors, but SHIN with some brutal miscontrol. Here, if extended, he got punished. And now Cure might still break through. He might still be able to break through here. SHIN is in danger. Forced to engage. Is fighting out of range of the tanks. Oof. Marines, they stim in. They capture the queens. Nice fungal. Very nice fungal. As things, they just keep counterattacking, catching up more SCVs. Once again, they force friendly fire. 5 SCVs going down. And at this point, it's very messy. It's a very, very, very messy defense here. Just a messy game in general. 2 more Infestors on the way. Ultra production has begun. Hive is complete. But again, this should have been a cleaner defense here for SHIN. Oh god. Yeah, Lings, they failed to get much damage here. They Just cause a distraction. Curie just keeps on pushing. The Ultras have potential, the Fungals as well, but we got to make them count. We need to make them count here. Otherwise, oh my god, catching one Infestor. Fungal does not land. Yeah, they want Fungal there. Messy defense, and Curie's done it. Curie's done his breaking through the Ultras. The upgrades are lacking. Plus transfuse, but the Ultra goes down. There's one Ultra left. And the Mass Marine, the man with gun, it's too much. Oh, we do have a lot of transfuse though. We have plenty of transfuse available. The Ultra should not go down. And SHIN's barely holding on. Oof. So we get some retargeting. The Lings are trickle into their deaths. 19 drone kills. SHIN is hurting immensely here, and Cure is almost maxed. He's almost maxed. Breaking further out. And I'll be honest, all this came down to SHIN losing those 3 Infestors. He had 4 Infestors to defend, and to lose 3 Infestors without getting a single Fungal prematurely, like, that was insane. That would have been such a clean defense with all those Fungals. But again, SHIN slipped up. Lost the Infestors, lost the fight, lost the base, let out more units, and it all just snowballed out of control from there. And now Cure, he breaks the center expansion, and now he has more Marauders. He has an anti-Ultra army. Plenty of Marauders. At this point, SHIN can't engage. Even with a Fungal, that's not going to be enough. Oh no, there's nothing to kill. There's nothing here. Cure stims in. Again, he wants those Ultras. Fungal grazes the army. Again, nice free split here by Cure. And GG. GG gets called. Cure overwhelms the army, and Cure, he will claim the series 2-1. Coming out in first place out of Group A. GG. GG, well played, Cure. He will claim the series. He will advance on into the round of 8 in first place here out of Group A. Again, SHIN, he was able to hold his own for a time. I mean, I say for a time. For the most part, I would say that SHIN, he was in control of this game for the first half, where he was counterattacking, he was harassing, and he had the tools to defend. But again, he had that miscontrol, he had that overextension. When he pushed forward with those 4 Infestors into tank range, he lost 3 Infestors. He lost 3 full Infestors as well. They were full of energy, and upon losing that meant that he had no defense. He was heavily reliant on those Fungals to defend back at home. Without them, he could not defend, and we had a very shaky follow from there. Suddenly Cure gained momentum, he gained map control. Suddenly Cure was in the driver's seat, and SHIN could not recover, not after that moment. Yes, he did survive until Hive Tech, he survived until Ultras, but the economy was lacking, the supply was lacking. Like, he stumbled his way into Ultras, and it was not enough. GG. GG, well played. With that Cure, he will advance on in first place, and now we're getting ready for our winners match. I can't wait to hear I can't wait to hear Tasteless say, how far do you think you're gonna go? I'm hoping that both States and Tasteless have some better questions this time. They're notoriously very generic when it comes to what they've said so far. I hope that we can get a little bit more out of our players. Let's go. I know. So I'll let him know. As it looks like we don't
일단 김도우
have their
선수
audio.
1위 진출 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 김유진 선수와의 이제 대결에서 좀 질문드릴 게 있어요. 아무래도 김유진 선수와의 대결에서 굉장히 좀 수비적으로 일관하시면서 굉장히 천천히 나아가는 플레이를 선보이셨는데, 지금 그게 이제 태프전의 좀 메타라고 생각하시는지, 아니면은 김유진 선수를 대비한 좀 맞춤 전략이라고 좀 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
일단 처음에 유진이 형이 무슨 빌드를 쓸지 솔직히 감이 안 와가지고 일단 좀 수비적으로 마인드를
Alright,
바꾸면서
we hear the answer at
수비적으로
least.
해야겠다 이런 생각은 가지고 있었는데 저도 상황이 좀 처음 나와보는 상황들이다 보니까 그냥 결국 평소에 하던 운영을 하게 됐는데 유진이 형이 아무래도 평소에 질럿, 추적자, 거신 위주로 게임을 하시다 보니까 중후반 갈수록 저한테 좀 힘이 실린 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, against SOS is actually you cannot expect what to face. So that being said, I try to be defensive as possible, to just slow down and try to be macro as possible. So now to be more defensive, I think I get to face the situations that I never faced before. So that kind of makes me to stick with the macro even more, and then be just turtle and be defensive. And then in a macro play, I think I get more advantage, and considering his play style. So yeah, I think that's the reason I got the advantage there.
Looks like he was just asked about SOS.
Congratulations on winning today. You got top 4 in season 1. What are your plans or expectations going for in season 2?
It's literally the same question. How far do you think you will go? God damn it. Every time.
시즌에서는 또 목표가 있다면 좀
아이,
어디까지
아이,
목표를
아이.
잡고 있으신지 궁금합니다.
목표라기보단 저번 시즌의 마지막에 준비를 좀 잘못된
We asked him
방향으로
about the
했던 것
players in
같아서
the
이번
round of
시즌은
eights,
좀 더 준비 잘 해가지고
specifically about his
첫
TVT against
시즌
Maru.
4강 갔으니까 결승까지 가보고 싶습니다.
Yeah, last season, yeah, I get some regrets on the preparation process for the semifinals and the semifinals. So that being said, I'll try to get more on the right direction as possible to prepare for the next stage and get the trophy.
All right, well, congratulations. Good luck to you in the future of the tournament.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Aye. There we go. Here we go. But again, sorry, it's just trying to get the interview questions in while I could. But with that GG well played, with that, Kira does claim this series looks like, again, he was asked specifically about his TVP. I would have preferred a question regarding Shin's ZBT. I would have loved to have heard from Kira's perspective if he saw how Shin played against Maru and against ByuN, and how he felt like he had to adjust his approach coming into this series, which in my opinion is, you know, a more aggressive nature and earlier timing attacks, and just being in the face of Shin and not leaving him alone. But it would have been nice to have heard from his perspective nonetheless. Regardless, we're not going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have the elimination match. Up next is going to be ByuN versus SOS in a best of 3. See you then. See you soon.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, we returned here with the tail end of the broadcast. We now have our first player advancing on into the round of 8 in first place, and that is Cure. Cure, he does make it on in first place, but now we're here to determine who is going to be eliminated in Group A. Who's the first player to be knocked out of GSL Season 2 of 2026? Will it be SOS or will it be ByuN? Will it be a Terran or Protoss? Now, bearing in mind this is a rematch, if you recall, SOS did actually defeat ByuN earlier last week in the qualifiers. In the GSL Season 2 qualifiers, SOS did advance on over ByuN. Can he replicate that success, or will ByuN get his revenge? Let's go. Let us go as we have our players. Oh, SOS rocking that streamer zone jersey with his workout room. Love to see it. And here we go. We have ByuN likewise also gearing up as well. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. We'll see what Avito's entail and how SOS will adjust his approach. We did, of course, already see him earlier today against Cure, and now we're facing off against ByuN. We have Avito's done. Game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Game 2, Tourmaline. Game 3, Winter Madness. We have our 3 maps ahead of us here. SOS getting rid of some of the more aggressive maps and more unorthodox maps in Mothership and 10,000 Feet. Getting rid of White Rabbit as well, which can be quite difficult to maintain a higher base count. Likewise, ByuN getting rid of Celestial, Taito, and Old Republic. Likewise, larger maps have been gotten rid of. We have 2 smaller maps instead. Initially, Ruby Rock and Tourmaline. This is where ByuN can be the aggressor. This is where he can be the aggressor to be in the face of SOS. We'll see if he can. We did see SOS struggle with the late game against Kira. We'll see if we even get there. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, the team Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And spawning in the left hand corner, we have the South Green Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. You can see the offline and online record for ByuN and SOS in favor of ByuN. But as I mentioned earlier, I will say that a recent record is I would say more important or more impactful than historical record. And in recent times, we have seen SOS bring ByuN down. Can he do it again, or will ByuN get his revenge? Let's go. Let us go. For now, SOS moves out across the map to scouts. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Again, just to reiterate, SOS has a reputation, a historical reputation of being very cheesy and very unorthodox in his play. But remember, that is not the case in current era of StarCraft. Nowadays, he plays a little more standard. Last series against Cure, he did the same thing. Oh, that's the player's age you can jive. Let's go. You can see ByuN smiling as well. But against Cure, SOS went for the same build 2 games in a row. What did he do? He went for a Robo Opener. He went for the Robo Opener into early Immortal, into early Prism, into early Aggression, in towards the mid to late game, where he was stuck with a very gateway heavy composition into heavily delayed splash damage. And Cure, he just embraced the late game against him. He just embraced the late game. He just embraced building up into 3, 4, 5 bases, took it very slow against SOS, even though I would say that Cure had 3, 4, 5 different opportunities to, like, after he won fights, to break out and to push across the map and to just kill SOS. Instead, he played it very defensively and very safe. I would say overly so, to be honest, but I mean, Curie still dominated. Like, he was in no danger at all against SOS. But it feels like ByuN may take a different approach. I say that only because of the vetoes, right? For ByuN, for the veto process to conclude and for us to end up with Ruby Rock and Tourmaline, it feels like ByuN wants to be the aggressor. It feels like ByuN, he wants to be in the face and does not want to end up in a 30-minute game against SOS like Kira did. ByuN may win there, but he'd have to work his way through that kind of game, and it can be quite tiring. It can be quite draining to be locked into those kind of games. So we'll see. We shall see. Okay, here we go. Okay, whew. Sorry, we're looking, and this time, we have a Twilight Council opener. Okay, Twilight Council with 2 extra gateways going to 3-gate blink. This is important here. So SOS is going for a very different kind of opener. It's very standard. It's very, very standard, going 3-gate blink into what should be a robo into a delayed 3rd expansion. We'll see if SOS goes for extra gateways or not. But it's important to take note of because this is different to what he did against Cure. So SOS is now mixing up his builds. Mixing them up. And do appreciate it. ByuN moving out with his mind drop. Into his Raven follow-up. Meanwhile, SOS is cutting some corners. You can see SOS does go for his 3rd expansion. This means this is 3-gate blink into the 3rd base before the robo. So SOS is being greedy. He is being greedy here. My drop comes in, zoning back the army. Oof. It does zone away. My shot goes off, catching out 1 probe so far, and SOS does react in the main base, catching out the medevac and minimal losses. I say minimal losses, that is a lot of lost mine time. SOS he pulled far away from the mineral line here. So a little bit of extra damage. ByuN is building up here on 2 bases, going for his own 3-1-1 follow-up, building up his tanks, building up his bio, and we're waiting for the eventual move out. It will still take some time. ByuN shouldn't push until he gets his upgrades. He's waiting for Stim, combat shields. Waiting for the upgrades to kick in, then he can push. Are they going for chicken and football together? Oh, that'd be nice. The dream was we blink in. Ooh, does blink in. Tank is a little bit late to siege up, or late to pop out, I should say. And the tank will deflect. Stim survived, thankfully. Yeah, Stim does survive. ByuN securing himself. ByuN is secure. Getting into our gateway explosion. And again, SOS playing so differently compared to previously. 3-gate blink into the 3rd base and a charge into Storm as the follow-up. Not robo heavy. So I do appreciate that again, SOS is being more diverse here. I'm sure ByuN is like frustrated. He's like, God damn it, you didn't do this against Cure. You didn't. But basically, here SOS, he's playing a little more standard and a little more mid to late game centric. Previously against Cure, the biggest issue with SOS's series is that the SOS, he was so committed early on with heavy immortal production and early robo tech that he was behind getting into a longer game. Straight up, like that, we tried to emphasize that was the reason why SOS was stuck with a gateway heavy composition without any splash damage. Like SOS was just in a really rough position in the mid game, so it could never really threaten Cure. Here, SOS is geared towards longer games, at least here in game 1. Oh, as he does miscontrol, 2 Stalkers go down. Heavy losses there for SOS. He's going to be careful. This does create an opening. ByuN commits across the map. He will get a 3rd. Yeah, there is a 3rd CC behind this. But ByuN is pushing. Charge, I believe, is done. Yep, charge is done. Not many gateway units. Massive armor missile here on the main army. Yeah, it does armor shred. Second tank moves in, and SOS, he's being overwhelmed. He cannot engage. He needs that warp in. He does need that warp in. Nice positioning here by ByuN. Does create a choke point. Zell say they cannot engage. Oof. Yeah, they cannot engage, and ByuN, he just overwhelms. He just breaks through. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, ByuN just committing across the map here on his 2 bases, going for his 2-tank push. As we mentioned previously here, both Ruby Rock and Tourmaline favor aggression, and ByuN was the aggressor here. And you could argue maybe that SOS was thinking too far ahead. Remember, I was talking about how SOS, he's changing his approach here. He was going for faster tech. He was going for upgrades, Forge +1, Charge. He was going for his Gateway Explosion into Storm, into Temple Archives. SOS, he was getting ready for a longer game, and then bam, ByuN just pushes. Bam, ByuN, he just breaks out across the map. He gets into the mineral line. He breaks SOS. SOS maybe again thinking too far ahead here and gets caught out. GG. GG, well played, especially on Ruby Rock. As up next, speaking of aggressive maps, we're loading into Tourmaline. This is an even more aggressive map. The third is more open. The fourth is more open. The rush distance is even shorter by ground. Here, aggression is heavily favored, and you have to respect that. You got to respect the map. You got to respect the player here. And we'll see if SOS calms down a little bit and goes for a safer build. Not saying that it'll do the same build it does against Cure, but there are other ways to approach this. Let's go. As spawning in the right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Green Portal Play for Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Oh god. Bottom left hand corner, we have the South Green Terran. It is ByuN for Shopify. They just don't give us time, papi. Yeah. Let's go. Let us go. We're now going to be loading into game number 2, and we'll see if SOS goes for an earlier Robo. That was the first sign of greed, if you recall. That's what we called out, is that SOS last game went 3-gate blink into the third without a Robo. So with that, we had delayed observers, delayed immortal production if we needed them to survive against an earlier push, for example, a delayed prism for harass across the map, or for defense back at home, or just for unit control, instead of earlier third base, then into, of course, later tech as well, or I say later, but into towards earlier tech, charge, +1, storm as well, lack of warpins, lack of defenses. It all just came into play as ByuN moves out early on for the eBay block. SOS is on patrol though. SOS is on patrol. Does expand before the eBay arrives. Straight up gate expand here from SOS. And ByuN fails to delay. Fails to block. So now we are going to be setting up. Now we're going to be settling in. It is going to be the initial... Oh, okay, so Rax expand into early concussive shell. ByuN going for a Marauder opener. He wants to try to punish the punishment of SOS. Basically, SOS sees the greedier build from ByuN, and ByuN is hoping that SOS moves out with the Adept to catch the first Adept. On top of that, ByuN's follow-up here is 3 racks. 3 racks stim timing, so heavy aggression from ByuN once again. And as we mentioned at the start of this game, it makes sense due to the map itself. The map does favor aggression, and you can see on the production tab, 2 racks is on the way, 3 racks stim. So a very early sim timing is on the horizon for ByuN. If SOS fails to scout and respond, then SOS may just die. May just topple over. That's from here. SOS responding with his own pylon, actually. I don't believe SOS has gotten into the main, by the way. He's setting up back at home. And there's eBay for +1, still building at the bio, waiting for the upgrades, and then ByuN will push out. Until then, SOS is taking his third. Once again, I believe that is a third base before the Robo. Yep. So once again, a greedier build by SOS. That is a concern. This will make SOS's defense harder. It's going to be a much more difficult defense. Again, ByuN is still building up. SOS likewise taking up in a more standard direction here into Twilight Council. Wait, what? Wait, he took his third before Twilight. Wait. Talk about greed. He went for the third base before Twilight Council. This means that this sim timing that ByuN is going for might hit without a single upgrade being done for SOS. Usually you'd have Blink Stalkers to delay this at least, or even early charge, but no, SOS has nothing. Oh boy, okay, not saying that he won't defense, but it means that it's going to be a much more difficult defense here for SOS because he's cutting so many corners. We got Blinkless Stalkers and Slow Loss to defend. Sentries can help with force fields, of course. They can try to slice up the army. And again, this is not meant to kill. It's not supposed to. Thankfully, there's a battery. True. Sends in. Dusts him in. ByuN gets scared. Yeah, ByuN gets scared, and SOS is getting away with his green. No shot. At least ByuN does preserve the army, but SOS has been so greedy this game, and he's getting away with it. I mean, ByuN doesn't know, right? He doesn't know what we know. He doesn't see the later tech, the later upgrades. He doesn't know that he totally could have danced with that army and just picked up free zealots. A charge was nowhere near being done. That's unfortunate. That could have been game. Or at least just a big lead, right? So with that, we're backing off, we're building up. ByuN waiting for his medevacs, going for a later timing attack. This does give SOS the opportunity to build up his army, warping in more zealots. Charge will finish in time this time. Charge will complete. And SOS has a stronger chance of actually fighting the army now. Has a better chance of holding on. ByuN does drop in, going for his own double drop, getting into the mineral line, and he does trade well against the zealots initially, but again, he cannot break through. Just trading. We do see a second force of ByuN pushing towards the third base. Currently there is an opening, but that second force is delayed for ByuN, and SOS will have time to react. Time to react, time to respond. Yep, SOS does spot the army. He had to spot a zealot in position. So SOS is aware. Double drop back into the natural. He wants the stalkers. Does he get him? He does. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 stalkers go down. Nice pickups, but he will lose a medevac. He might even lose both. Oof. One barely gets away. So far, this aggression from ByuN hasn't been ideal. Like, he's been trading somewhat, but nothing major. You can see here he's also 1 full medevac so far. ByuN still does have the larger army, that is true. But he has to make use of it. As ByuN is pushing through the center at the same time, so is SOS. Oh, they're passing by each other. Uh-oh. They are passing by. Catching at the army. It does catch him out, and we just came in. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. The natural's been broken for SOS. At the same time, SOS is breaking the natural ByuN. We're breaking the bases. Mine shot goes off. Oh, that was a lot of friendly fire, actually. That was a lot of friendly fire. ByuN evacuates the main, and I think I favor SOS here. I will deny all these upgrades. That is true. But SOS has a lot of zealots. Prism goes down. True. Prism does fall. Snipes the Immortal. Very nice snipe. As SOS evacuates, he still has mining going on. SOS, he can still warp in. And he evacuates. Yeah, both players evacuate. ByuN dropping over to more expansions. The SCVs do not get out. Oof. They all get caught. ByuN down to 0 SCVs. And we're having some messy control here. As ByuN is just bleeding out units. And again, I think SOS done it. I think he has done it here. He's got the stronger main army. Takes over the main. ByuN has been bleeding out a lot of units here. Even here, 2 Widow Mines go, 3 Widow Mines go down. ByuN's been careless. He's been careless, Bappy. Here we will catch out a portion of the army, true. That's what, 5 Zealots and 2 Stalkers. ByuN, if he can catch out SOS's army a portion at a time, then he can win. Like, he can win these fights, these little skirmishes. Everything together, I'm less confident. Especially with all these batteries. That's 2 cannons and 3 batteries finishing up. ByuN is pushing, but he's too late. The side defense is done. And there are force fields. ByuN making Marines. Does try to break it. No, gets caught out, losing 2 Marines. And 2 Marines get caught. Again, these ranks is actually working against ByuN as they're helping SOS when it comes to preserving his energy. Oof, oh god, once again, ByuN gets completely sliced up. GG gets called, and SOS will force the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game number 3. We're going to the ace match here. Again, SOS, he was able to get away with so much greed. ByuN went for an aggressive build. ByuN went for 3 racks, but he missed his window. He missed his timing. There was opportunity there, but ByuN didn't know, right? He didn't know how greedy SOS was being. And SOS, he got away with so much greed there. In the end, he got away with his very fast 3rd base, full 3-base saturation, then into later tech, later upgrades, got into it, and then was able to commit across the map into said base trade. And again, ByuN just was bleeding out too much back at home. He lost so many SCVs and Vikings and reinforcing Widow Mines and Marines as he was hyper-fixated across the map. GG. GG, well played with that. We're going to the ace match, going all the way to Winter Madness. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into the ace match here, and we'll see how this story ends as we're loading into this somewhat much larger map. Ooh, much larger map here. There's a higher chance that we do embrace the late game here on Winter Madness. I don't know if ByuN wants to go there, though. I don't know if he wants to go to the late game, so curious to see what he goes for in terms of builds. Shelter build. This morning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. Tying up the series 1-1, it is SOS. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Green Terran player. We have the Red Terran, it is ByuN for Shopify. Here we go. We're going to be opening up. We're going to be settling in. Welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, plenty of bases, and of course, a longer rush distance by ground. More defendable 3rd, more defendable 4th base. It is the 5th base that is more exposed, but outside of that, again, we often do see a lot of mid to late game here on Winter Madness. And based on game 1 and game 2, I don't get the impression that ByuN wants a late game. I don't get that impression. Game 1, we saw the early 2-base push out of ByuN. Game 2, we saw the 3-rack stim timing. Like, these have both been very aggressive builds. Now, you can argue that they were trying to make use of the map itself. True. With Tourmaline and Ruby Rock, that you're not wrong. But at the same time, like, again, I don't think ByuN, because of the veto process, again, doesn't want to go into the late game here against SOS. We'll see if he does embrace that. But now, economic opener. Racks expand here out of ByuN, going for the economic starts. Likewise, SOS going for the gate expand as well. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. So now we are going to be opening up. So far, everything's looking as it should. reset again. Here this time ByuN is going for his own 1-1-1. There's no crazy like fast tech lab into fast marauder into second racks or third racks. Here straight up racks into factory into starport. 1-1-1 build here out of ByuN. From here we can go into Windmine Marine drop. We can go into Hellion aggression, but again it's only going to be the one Hellion here by ByuN. So it looks relatively tame. Yeah, just going for the later Windmine production. So it's setting up for the mine drop, and meanwhile Twilight Council opener out of SOS. 2 more gates are on the way. We've been seeing 3 gates, 3-gate blink out of SOS. We saw that in game 1. Looks like we're seeing that here as well. Now, does SOS go for the Robo first, or does he go for the third base? We'll see how safe SOS. I mean, I would argue that here Winter Madness, you can get away with greedier builds. So you can cut corners, and you should be okay. It's okay to cut corners. Oh, Winter Madness. Oh, that is going to be charge. Oh. Hello. That is not blink on the way, so SOS mixing things up here does go 3-gate charge as the opener, which means there's an early charge timing available, which means SOS wants to be the aggressor here. Yep, 3-gate into charge, into early robo, into prism, into a push across the map. At the same time, ByuN dropping into the bases, and without blink stalkers, it's going to be a shaky defense. It's a big tell, he just warps into zealots. Yeah, you would never warp into zealots in this position. So ByuN, he now should be aware that something is wrong. These zealots should never be here. And he will take 1 down. Does get 2 probes and a zealot, not bad. In the back of ByuN's mind, he should be thinking it is going to be a charge-based opener. That's what he should be thinking. Oh, and I thought it was going to be for an early prism into an earlier push, but no, it looks like SOS is going for the earlier bay on 2 bases before the third. Yeah, that's a bay before third nexus. So earlier Colossus production. I'm curious if this is because ByuN saw the 2 zealots. So because of that, we're no longer going to be hitting our charge timing. Some mind games going on. There are some mind games. There we go, we have Colossal production underway. We are getting close production on the way, and likewise third base is being taken. We have ByuN moving out with his drop play, trying to harass, trying to find some damage. We'll see if he can slow down SOS and punish. Again, there's still no blink stalkers, there's no colossi. At the same time, SOS getting ready for his own drop. Does move in. ByuN somewhat in position. Shouldn't lose too much here to the zealots. Likewise drops into the mineral line, and how many probes does he get? So far 2. Yeah, 2 probes on a pylon. Not bad. As he even does catch out the prism. Very nice pickup here. Both players losing 2 workers, but there we go, extra probes going down. Likewise another SCV fell across the map as well. Not too sure to what, but okay. Have somewhat of a trade. Throughout all of this, of course, more Colossus are amassing. ByuN commits across the map. And can he break through? With extra Zealot Warpins, SOS should be okay, but I don't think SOS spots the move out. I don't think he's aware. Pushing forward, getting on top of the tanks. Very nice force fields. Oh my god. Zones away the army, but he still loses 1. Yeah, lose 1, losing another Colossus. Massive pickups. Again, impressive force fields, but not good enough. Not good enough here. The Colossi go down, and ByuN overwhelms. He breaks on through, and before we can enter the mid-game, ByuN is here to end it. He's here to end the game. As we mentioned, as we had assumed at the beginning of this series, ByuN did not want to go to the late game. He did not want to embrace the longer later game, not against SOS. GG gets called. ByuN, he will end it early, and ByuN will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he breaks now. So what's important is that SOS didn't see it. SOS, he had nothing in position to spot the move out, so SOS, he was woefully underprepared. He was, of course, devoting supply here to the defense in the natural base, so his arm was split. And despite the nice force fields, and I was very impressed, he did overextend some of the Colossus. He still overextended, they were exposed, they went down one after the other, and without Colossi, GG. GG, well played. He could not defend, he could not hold on, did overextend with his army, and with that, he did pay the price. With that, we have ByuN advancing on to the decider match. Oh, it's going to be a long one, isn't it? It's going to be a rematch here between SHIN and ByuN. They had a very intense best of 3 earlier in the broadcast. Time to run it back. We'll see you soon after the break. Oh.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 2 Ro12 Group A. We have returned here with the final series of the broadcast. It's been an intense back and forth so far. We had Kira advancing on in first place out of the group earlier over SHIN, and we just had SOS eliminated from the group as the first player out of GSL. And now we have a final decider match here between ByuN and SHIN. This is a rematch. SHIN did take down ByuN earlier 2-0, but now it's time to see if ByuN can get his revenge. He already got his revenge against SOS earlier, as SOS did defeat ByuN in the qualifiers, but now we'll see if we can bring it back versus SHIN. Let's go. Let's go. We have our two players ready for us here. And again, we'll see if ByuN can bring it back. SHIN, of course, has been excelling as of late when it comes to his TVZ, when it comes to his TVZ prowess, when it comes to his roach heavy play, when it comes to his 2-base lair tech as well. He was unable to showcase that against Kira. Kira was hyper aggressive and hyper assertive. I'm still a little bit disappointed that the casters didn't actually ask Kira about his thoughts on SHIN's EVT and on his approach, but I'm sure ByuN was watching, I'm sure he was looking, I'm sure ByuN is inspired. So we should be seeing a much more aggressive ByuN here this time versus SHIN to try to punish SHIN and break him early before hype tech. That should be the goal. That should be the goal here for ByuN, but we'll see. We shall see. Likewise, shout out to Maddox, of course. Maddox has been translating the interviews, and there should be a winner's interview after this series once it does conclude. We'll do our best to actually showcase said audio and said winner's interview as well. Do our best. We'll do our best. As for now, we are setting up. We're going to be setting up here. It looks like our players need a moment to conduct their vetoes and to get everything going. That's why we have a caster cam here at the moment. But again, it's been an intense back and forth so far, intense day of StarCraft, I should say. We've been seeing a lot of what we expected when it comes to our players, when it comes to our builds of choice. SOS did at least surprise me when it came to his reapproach against ByuN, and that did lead to a much more dynamic series, of course. But in the end, ByuN was able to break him, and here we go. We have our vetoes completed. Vetoes are done. Game 1, White Rabbits. Game 2, Title Citadel. And Game 3, Mothership. A very different veto process. Okay. So first things first, SHIN vetoes the standard maps. SHIN vetoes 10,000 feet, Ruby Rock, Tourmaline. If you remember, SHIN had the same vetoes against Kira. What do these vetoes mean? SHIN doesn't want his opponent to be hyper aggressive. 10,000 feet, Ruby Rock, Tourmaline, those three maps favor aggression, they favor all-ins, and they favor Terran players typically in TVZ. So those are the standard Zerg vetoes. When it comes to ByuN, it gets rid of Celestial, Old Republic, and Winter Madness. I'm surprised you got rid of... no, yeah, makes sense. Celestial is a little bit more extreme, so is Old Republic. I'm surprised that ByuN vetoed Winter Madness and let Mothership through. I feel like Mothership is considered more Zerg friendly. I'm curious what the plan is for that map as we're loading into our first series. Let's go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the blue Terran player. It is ByuN for Shopify. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, going for the proxy hatch, it is a SHIN, a red Zerg. Here we go. And again, this is very standard when it comes to SHIN. SHIN has yet to showcase this build and this opener in tonight's broadcast. That is true, but the plan here is to hatch block. The plan is not to go for an all-in, is not to rush. The goal is to delay and disrupt the build of ByuN, but ByuN is already setting up for 2x Reaper. So this is an interesting setup here so far. We'll see if SHIN can force the boys to be pulled down onto the low ground. As we get a bit of delay here on the initial racks. Second SCV comes down. Oh, and SHIN is actually expanding back at home. Never mind. So no hatch block. He will delay somewhat. He will disrupt somewhat, but only by a couple of seconds here. He will not hatch block. As SHIN did expand back at home. There's that 2x Reaper. It is a slightly delayed 2x Reaper. But all the way nonetheless. Is going to be a hatch gas pool follow-up here for earlier link speed, and SHIN can turn this into an all-in, by the way. SHIN with early link speed will keep an eye on the gas income. If he gets more than just link speed, he might go for a Roach Warren and go for a Roach all-in or a Bane Bust. Both are viable against ByuN's build. The reasoning why all-ins are viable here is because ByuN's production is going to be exposed, right? Typically the production's in the main and it's safe in the main, but here because it's on the low ground, it means that if you can break the natural, you can break the production as well. So there's just even more dedicated to that low ground and even more to punish as a result of that. As there's that delayed hatch block. Okay. I didn't think that SHIN would still go for it this late. This will at least keep the Reapers busy, or at least it should. No, ByuN, he ignores it. Okay. So ByuN, he moves out across the map with his Reapers. He does want to still keep that aggression up. He's forcing response out of SHIN. SHIN, he has enough gas for link speed. Link speed is on the way. ByuN just expands next to the hatchery. And SHIN, I believe, pulls out. Yeah, he does. Okay, SHIN, he pulls out of gas. So no Bane Bust, no Roach Rush. Because of this response, the hatchery will finish across the map, or at least it can. We'll see if SHIN lets it finish. Then he can start to make links behind the wall of ByuN and try to disrupt the build. Try to disrupt. As the hatchery is spreading creep, is delaying at least. Lings are moving out. The Overlord, ooh, does get focused down. SHIN will be supply blocked. Yeah, big supply block for SHIN. A lair is on the way. That's a 3:34 lair timing. So very early lair. And I'll be honest, I don't really think this hatchery was worth it. Just because, I mean, the CC wasn't really delayed too much. And mining is disrupted, but this is a big investment. Yeah, it's a big investment here. I'm not convinced. Even now making... I think there's a mistake. I mean, they can be cancelled, I suppose, but... Yeah. So I would say a bit of a shaky early game here by SHIN. Shake. Shake. Behind this, SHIN again going into his gases, getting into his own really fast lair, very fast lair at 3:35, into his Roach Horn, into Roach Tech, into Roach Play, and we'll see if he can survive the early game. Right now, ByuN has momentum. ByuN went for a 3x. Oh my god, he went for a 3x follow-up. Oh my god, ByuN's being hyper aggressive here, and that was our takeaway from Cure series, if you recall, and that's what we said coming into this series, is that ByuN is going to be more aggressive than previously. It's going to be hyper aggressive to break SHIN early on to make sure he does not get away with Hive Tech. That's the goal. That is the new approach that ByuN has. And we'll see if it works out. Roach production has begun. There's going to be 4 roaches popping out. Sorry, there's soon to be 9 roaches. 4 roaches currently. With good enough unit control here, ByuN may overwhelm. He's holding onto that stim. He's holding onto it. Trying to bait the army out. Isn't able to. And ByuN, he doesn't want to risk getting surrounded, so he doesn't risk pushing in. I do think he could have, but again, he doesn't see what we see. So ByuN plays it safe. He pulls away and should be hitting his later timing. So he's going to be pushing with +1 and with medevacs. So ByuN, he races back home and going for a later timing attack instead. I mean, he did force out 17 roaches out of SHIN. Oh my god. It's a lot of roaches, which could have been drones. So SHIN has a weaker mid game as a result of that. It's in favor of a larger army. He's going to make use of the supply. He has to start trading. Otherwise, it was just a waste. The Marines are on their own. SHIN can trade. He can try to. We stim in. Yeah, ByuN, he stims on forward. He has a massive amount of Marines. Breaks through the Lings, and he's getting on top of the roaches as well. He will kill every single roach here. SHIN will lose everything. as again, there's just so much bio here. I mentioned that Shin should like be trading, but there's a difference between trading and just committing everything, just sending it. As Shin will lose every single roach, and again, in the end, it wasn't quite worth it. It just wasn't worth it. Better trade to ByuN. ByuN breaks out. Shin now regretting that he lost all his roaches, as now he has nothing to defend. He has to rebuild the roaches and infestors, which means that eats into his worker count even further. Now, these infestors, if they pop out in time, they will allow Shin to defend, right? One good fungal means he holds. But he needs that infestor, he needs that fungal. Infestors are still on the way. ByuN sims in, he gives chase, he commits in, he gets 1, 2, 3, 4 roaches, massive pickoffs. Bio does not connect, and the infestor's not out in time. Yeah, now we can fungal, but too late. Yeah, too late. Oh, the chain fungal, okay, it's chain fungals. Shin holds. As he mentioned, just barely holds on with those fungals. Again, if the infestors were available earlier, then it would have been a cleaner defense, but they were just a little bit too late. But Shin does survive. And remember, the soup is lying to you, right? The soup is in favor of Shin, but that's only because he has roaches. Roaches are very inefficient units. They're very supply heavy. Just bear that in mind. As ByuN is now claiming his third, or at least finishing up his CC. Now, I will say though that with that drop being dealt with, or that push being cleaned up, Shin is stabilizing. Like, he's on the road to stabilizing here, on the road to slowing down the game. Remember, what is Shin's win condition? Hive Tech. It's to just defend until Hive Tech. Can he do it? Hive has begun. The timer has begun. Timer is on. You can see there on the production tab, Hive has started. Ooh, as Shin bleeds out 1, 2 Ravagers. Some heavy losses for Shin. And ByuN is pushing. And as we mentioned before, like ByuN's win condition is kill Shin before Hive. Like, kill him before Hive Tech. The Hive started. ByuN pushing in towards a third. Their Artifest is ready. You can see this time ByuN does pre-split. Oh. Has to be careful. The army is somewhat clumped. Yeah, it does split, does spread. Minimizes fungal. Jumping into the main base, going for +2, will deny. And Shin is just being torn apart, losing another expansion as well. Aye. Denying +2. Knocking down the third, dropping into the fourth base. Critical economic damage here, getting 8 drone kills. But the Hive is finishing. It is important to take that in mind, to bear that in mind, is that the Hive is completing. And the Ultra Hive is going to be thrown down. ByuN still has to break through. Does take a fungal to the face. The Biles. Oh my god, the Biles are connecting. And can Shin hold on until Ultras? You can see Shin shaking his head on cams as well. Like, he knows, like, it's not looking good. Hasn't been for a while. As this game has been heavily in favor of ByuN. Knocking down 3 more roaches. GG gets called. ByuN does pull them apart, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series, and this is where I'm gonna start saying here that this style that Shin used to great effect against Maru in GSL is being figured out. I say being figured out. I mean, shout out to Cure. Like, ByuN clearly had no idea. Like, but Cure, he paved the way. He paved the way for ByuN to be able to stand his ground here. What was Cure's approach, once again, was just hyper aggression. Was just being hyper aggressive and not letting Shin breathe. And you can see ByuN looking at Cure and being like, oh, that's pretty good. Like, okay, I'll do that. And Shin's being punished. Shin's being punished time and time again. Shin, he needs breathing room. He needs his opponent to back the hell up. But now the Terrans know. Now they know, papi. Now they know. And we'll see if Shin can bring something different to the table here as we load into Title Citadel. We're loading in. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Green Terran player. We have the Blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, as he's getting 2 racks. It is SHIN. And here we go. ByuN, he moves out with 1. He moves out with 2. And so far, he moves out with only 2 SCVs. It's going to be a Proxy 2 racks. Proxy 2 racks bunker rush here. If you recall, this is how Cure was able to defeat SHIN in the previous series. I say how I was able to. To be fair, Cure did go for a 3 racks. Here, this time, only 2. And to be fair, SHIN did survive that and did actually win that game. But, you know, Cure, he involved it in the series. Maybe a better way of putting it. Here, ByuN only with 2, though. And ideally, ByuN wants SHIN to overreact. To over-respond. Or, yeah, to give up on low ground. Now, remember, how did SHIN respond to Cure's proxy? Well, SHIN went to 1 base. He went 1 base Nidus, and he was able to kill Cure across the map. But here it's less committed, less aggressive, and ByuN has a faster transition. This is not all in. I need to emphasize that. Proxy 2 racks is a macro build. It's not all in. As ByuN is building up his Marines. Bunker's going to be on the way. I just realized SHIN, his overlord's out of position. Usually SHIN, he has the second overlord outside of his natural, but it's not here. Yeah, SHIN, his second overlord is out of position here, so late scout, late recognition, late reaction here by SHIN. Now he knows, but this is late. And yeah, he's overreacting. This is what ByuN wanted. So remember, what did SHIN do against Cure, against Proxy 3 racks? It was this. It was, and now he has to pull the boys. Yeah, now he has to pull the boys. Now he realizes only 2 SCVs. He has to fight for his natural. He kind of loses it. And the bunker's almost done. Oh no, it doesn't finish. It finishes. The bunker completes. Lings are going down. Drones are going down as well. Massive losses here. Even the repair out of ByuN keeping it alive a little bit longer. And these are heavy losses for SHIN. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN, he doesn't get surrounded. Not yet. Oh, now he gets locked down. But that's 7 drones. Oh boy. Yeah, 7 drone kills. As ByuN does kite back, trading well against the Zerglings. 2 Lings left. Down to 0. Yeah, with that, ByuN, he does critical damage here. SHIN, he does hold on to his natural, thankfully. And ByuN is transitioning back. And remember, this is not an all-in. Like, ByuN is going for his factory, going for his follow-up. ByuN does turn back around. He wants the Overlord. And you can see SHIN hands off the keyboard. Like, he knows. He lost too much. Ay, ay, ay. Hands off the keyboard, papi. So basically, SHIN was mind gamed. SHIN's initial response and his initial reaction, 1, the Overlord was out of position, so he failed to scout early on, but 2, he went for a 3 racks response, not a 2 racks response. That's why you can see SHIN cancel the Roach Warren. Like you don't go Roaches, you don't sacrifice your natural base against Proxy 2 racks, you do it against 3 racks. So SHIN, he gambled incorrectly, now he had to cancel, restructure his build, had to pull the boys, lost a bunch of workers, and now SHIN is behind. Oh, as ByuN wants the queen. He shouldn't get it though. Yeah, Lings have arrived just in time. Whew. SHIN does save the queen. You can see ByuN rescouts looking for the Roach Warren. There is none. It's going to be a 2-1-1 follow-up here by ByuN. I guess a 1-1-1 follow-up. Again, SHIN, I was gonna get into this earlier, but like the games that just popped off one after the other. But SHIN, he was the runner-up. He was last season's runner-up here in GSL, and for SHIN not to make it out of the round of 12, it would be brutal. It'd be brutal from one season to the other. But as we mentioned, just really unlucky that SHIN ended up with both Cure and ByuN in the group. Out of all players. I mean, ByuN less so, more so Cure, right? Like Cure, he was able to have a very strong handle on SHIN, and as I mentioned before, like Cure, he ran so that ByuN could walk, right? Like he Cure, he showed ByuN the light. He's like, Papi, just be hyper aggressive. He's like, okay, let's go. Just be in the face. Always in the face. As ByuN does open up Viking first into Cloak Banshee. Massing up his Hellions, moving out. I believe that is 8 Hellions. Yep, 8 Hellions for ByuN. That's a lot of Hellions here. SHIN is droning, and can SHIN hold on against this? It's a lot of Hellions. He's got 16 Lings, depending on how they line up. That'll depend on, I mean, that will affect whether or not he can hold on to his mineral line. As here comes ByuN. He's going for the dive. Lings are in position. Nice split. Nice spread here from SHIN. Avoids the splash damage. Despite that, still bleeds out some drones. Still bleeds out a couple of workers. And what's important here is that from our initial Hellion opener, if we can preserve them, we can go for a later sim timing with Hellbats. So Banshee does weave its way into the natural. Spores in position. We do have an early Baneliness behind this into Spire Tech. Okay, we're going into Mutas. SHIN trying to take up into Mutatech. SHIN does need more time. So far unscouted, and we spoke about this before, but unscouted Mutas can win you the game. Straight up. They can win you the game. They can pop off. Hellions, they rotate over. They get 1 drone so far. Spire's almost complete. At the same time, though, ByuN's getting ready for his own push. I believe... Is there a 3rd CC for ByuN? I don't think there is. I could be mistaken, though. I wasn't paying too much attention to the main. Yeah, no 3rd CC. So 2 base all in. ByuN's going for a 2 base all in. Mutas will not save SHIN. They'll hurt him more than anything. You have 8 Mutas on the way. And SHIN needs to buy time. Meanwhile, this is just a straight up 2 base all in out of ByuN. He doesn't pull the boys, though. Doesn't pull the boys. Are there enough Mutas to overwhelm the Marines, though? It comes down to the Banelings. It comes down to the ground army. Ling Bane needs to connect. Ling Bane needs to get past the Hellions, more importantly. Hellions, looks like one of them goes down. 2. 1. Okay, 1 Hellion falls. 10 Banelings on the way. They're going to be slow Banes. ByuN commits in. And again, ByuN, he's committed. Oh, he gets caught. Yeah, ByuN's getting caught out. He has to end the game with this push. The longer this goes on, the better it is for SHIN. SHIN is buying time. He's buying more time, distracting ByuN. The longer this goes on, again, ByuN running out of time. He turns around. Oh, he turns around, and SHIN is looking to force the ace match. He's looking to force it here. As ByuN gets caught, bleeding out more and more Marines. He does trade with the Mutas at least. But SHIN has a greater economy. And ByuN missed it. He missed his 2 base all in. He missed the timing. He missed it, Bappy. And SHIN is snowballing out of control. Double Evo Chamber, another expansion, 4th base. Oof, catching up more Hellions. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN has nothing. He has nothing here. Now there is potential with the double drop. Like at this point, ByuN is desperate. He's desperate for damage. That desperation out of ByuN. Now there is a world where if SHIN overextends, if he throws away these Mutas, then maybe ByuN can still snowball out of control. But now Baneling speed is complete. And 1-1 is on the way. Like ByuN, he's got to make this work. Okay, so far so good. He gets across the map, Muta's out of position. Oh no! Oh my god. Takes Baneling to the face. That was a brutal Baneling connection. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade here. SHIN, he pushes across the map. We do have a full wall. ByuN commits with the main army. And it comes down to the Banelings. There are still Banelings in the main. It's all or nothing. This is it. Here come the Banelings. There's so many. There's so many Banelings. Hellions, they have to engage ahead of time. Oh no. Yeah, Bailey's, they smash on in. We force around, and with that, ByuN will lose everything. GG gets called, and SHIN ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Again, ByuN had such a good start. He had such a good start to the game, and he was building up into the 2-base all-in. He didn't know that he was against 2-base Muta, though. That was a big issue. If he had known, there would have been more urgency for ByuN, because ByuN, he had to go. He had to send it then and there. And for ByuN to end up stopping, for him to stutter there and for him to back off, I mean, that was game. That was game. Like, the longer the game went on, as seconds went by, it was just better and better for SHIN. It was just better and better for SHIN. ByuN had to commit. Looks like ByuN is asking for a break. He's asking for a break. Understandable. Like, that was ByuN's game. That was, like, ByuN had such a good start. That was ByuN's game to lose. And ByuN needs a moment there. That was his game, but yeah. So GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. We're going to take a moment here. Again, SHIN, he barely clutched it out. It was so risky going to mutas. So risky. Fortunate that SHIN was able to hide the Spire and make sure that ByuN didn't know what was going on. So ByuN, again, if ByuN had known what was happening, he probably pulls the boys. He pulls the boys, and he just commits and goes across the map as quickly as possible then and there. And he probably breaks the expansion. He breaks through the Bailings and gets into the 3rd base. But in the end, GG. Just catching up. Missed 3.5 hours. One of the VODs available. VOD should be available instantly on Soup, if not already on Soup. But VODs are going to be available on Soup, of course. They're available on other platforms 48 hours later. So 48 hours later is when they're going to be available on YouTube. Just as a reminder. Otherwise, Onomas, one more game left. Onomas, papi, Onomas. As we are just going to be opening up. And again, as we mentioned earlier, our players, they did ask for a couple of moments here, a couple of minutes here to just gather their thoughts, to kind of take it all in. Again, this is the final game. This is the final game of the series. When it comes to our players so far, when it comes to how ByuN's been approaching this, again, it's been non-stop aggression, even all-ins here from ByuN. And there's been potential here, and I feel like... is it going to work on Mothership, though? Like, it's rough. We're loading into a very large map. We're loading into Mothership. All-ins can work here, but the early game has to go very well for you. I'm not entirely convinced. We'll see how ByuN will approach this. We'll see how SHIN will approach it as well. I want to see some safe play out of SHIN. Early Roach Warren, early Roaches into like a fake all-in, into like a stable early to mid game. We'll see. Players are getting ready. ByuN a little bit frustrated. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg. It is SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. 3-player spawn map here, so there is some RNG when it comes to finding your opponent early on. As a result of that, we often do see a lot of greed. We see a lot of greed here on Mothership, so the idea of SHIN going gasless makes sense. Likewise, ByuN, does he go CC first? It looks like that may be the plan. No, never mind. Does go for the Rax expand. Rax into gas into just standard opener. SHIN likewise hatch first. So far, everything's looking normal. Again, in my mind, there's a very high chance that SHIN skips his gases. It's very common here on Mothership, but we'll see. Likewise, we're expecting aggression out of ByuN. It's quite difficult to play a longer and later game on Mothership. In ZBT, the reasoning for this is because your fringe bases are very spread out and they're very open. So as a Terran player, trying to maintain a fifth and a sixth base is very, very difficult in the late game. And based off of ByuN's previous experiences as well, I'm sure he wants to avoid that later game. I mean, that's why we've seen nothing but aggression so far this series. As ByuN does get a CC. Let's get his command center. Likewise, we do have our initial opener by a SHIN. Does not go gasless, true. Doesn't play gasless. Hatch gas pool at a SHIN. From here we can get into link speed, and really what we're looking for here is a continued gas mining. We want to see, does SHIN mine gas or not? And the answer is yes. Oh wait, no. He's still getting into link speed. So eyes is on SHIN. Rebroad does break in. SHIN pulls away. So far, good control. Saves the drone. And keeps up. Meanwhile, you can see the gas income there for SHIN, and he's still staying in. So link speed is being taken, but he still does leave one drone in gas. Meanwhile, ByuN going 3cc. Ooh, okay. Something that he did not make at all last game, but he's going for a third command center into a 3cc 2-on-1. Okay, it does allow ByuN to be somewhat aggressive here, but it's going to be later aggression. So delayed aggression by ByuN. Going for a later, like 5:30, 6-minute stim timing. Wait. Hold on. That's the third Rax. Okay, interesting. So this is not a 3cc 2-on-1, it's a 3cc 3 Rax. Interesting. So this does mean that on the one hand, yes, stim is going to be delayed. That is true. It's going to be later stim, but it is going to hit with more bio than usual. And if this goes unscouted, this will surprise SHIN, because a 3-Rax follow-up is very unusual. It's not very orthodox. So the quantity of bio here is going to be greater than normal, and again, if SHIN underreacts, then he can get caught off guard and he can be overwhelmed. So cheeky build here by ByuN. Very cheeky. Second, ByuN's building up his army. Scan? Yeah, ByuN, he's messing up a little bit here. So you would never scan the main base. That was meant to be a mule, so ByuN, he misclicked. We gotta look in, Pappy. We gotta look in. It has been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a very long... It's been the longest GSL broadcast we've had in the group stage of this year, of 2026. It's been a long day, and ByuN may be a little bit fatigued as a result of that. And Hey did ask for the break earlier. So that doesn't bode well. Doesn't bode well. It goes down. We have our 1-1 upgrades on the way for ByuN. Still building up his bio. Of course, SHIN, he did scout the mass amount of Marines. That is a tell of something. That's a tell of a 2-on-1. So that he has not confirmed the third Rax yet. SHIN going into muta play. Ooh, okay. It's going into mutas, and once again, we need ByuN to scout this, and we need him to punish this. Once again, if mutas go unscouted, then SHIN can overwhelm. Wings are punished. SHIN does misjudge. Does misjudge. Bathing speed is being prioritized. We have earlier 1-1 timing here for ByuN. Armory's on the way for 2-2. But it still comes down to whether or not ByuN is ready for the mutas. Because there's a world where the mutas hit the field and ByuN hasn't pushed yet. Here, okay, here we go. It's go time. It is go time. This is hitting at... Oh. This is hitting at 6:30. So again, 3cc 2-on-1s hit around 6 minutes. This is hitting much later. No, ByuN's not pushing. Oof. ByuN's only going for drop play. Yeah, that means that SHIN gets away with it. No shot. SHIN gets away with the mutas. The Spire finishes. Mutas are on the way. There's only light aggression out of ByuN, which means the mutas should be fine. Or SHIN should be fine. As he needs very little to defend, mutas are revealed, and we hunt down the medevacs. Yeah, medevacs are being hunted down. That's a full medevac going down. Massive pickoff. We got the second medevac as well. Oof. Yeah, heavy losses there for ByuN, and ByuN's aggression has now ended. Despite the fact that he went for a 3x follow-up, he will miss his timing, he will miss his window. Now he has to turtle. Now he's just stuck turtling up back at home. ByuN, he has lost map control, now he's forced into a longer game, and he never wanted to be here. Decent mine connection. Decent mine shots. But now ByuN is contained. Oh, the wailings! Jesus. Decent mine connection. Very nice target firing out of ByuN. Very nicely done here. He shuts down the bailings. Solid control. SHIN does overextend. And ByuN is holding his own. He's holding his own here. Defensively. Bear that in mind. Like, even though that was a better fight for ByuN, ByuN is still stuck at home. Nice snipe of the Widowmine. Widowmine goes down. SHIN does threaten another dive. Oh, we'll take one shot to the face. It does take one to the face. More mutas are amassing. And SHIN will be the first to max out, of course. He'll be the first to max out. SHIN shouldn't commit to a main fight. He should be just purely harassing up until ByuN tries to take a fourth base, and then SHIN can start to commit. But until then, purely harassment. Purely run bys. SHIN is up to 93 workers. So our music is just keeping him busy. They're keeping him busy. We have Morling Bane amassing this entire time. SHIN is not maxed. SHIN is maxed out. ByuN does have a decent force to break out with. That is true. He's got a massive amount of Marines and Widowmines, but as he breaks out, SHIN can move in. Now, thankfully, ByuN, he does have reinforcements back at home. He does keep them there. SHIN moves in. Oh, massive mine connections. ByuN holds. And now here comes a fourth base. Like, this is the big moment here for ByuN, is maintaining that fourth. I mentioned at the start of this series, or sorry, at the start of this game, that on Mothership is quite difficult with the Terran player to maintain a 5-base setup. Oh, massive mine shots to the face. Oh my god, SHIN does take every mine to the face. But your 5 aces are very spread out here as a Terran player, which is not getting a fourth. Nice Thor fully. Lings, they coming from behind. The mine shot goes off. One bailing kind of gets in, kind of. You just hit the fourth. Okay, it's empty. Fourth base is empty. Takes down the turrets. Behind this should be taking up in towards ultras. Marines, they almost get the surround. Hive is on the way. ByuN, he's defended well. He's defended well to build up this army. SHIN collapsing on more medevac, so better fight for SHIN. Oof. King's double drop. And ByuN, do we just send it? Does he just send it, Pappy? He's thinking about it. Only a double drop. Only a double drop here. Yeah, Lings don't get much done. ByuN defends well. Defends well. Muta's looking for another way in. He's looking back. Now going for the Ultra Cavern. That is SHIN's win condition, is just survive until Ultras. And buy enough time until Ultras as well. but I'm pretty sure ByuN should be pushing before that happens. I would imagine so. My shot's going up. Lings they collapse in the mineral line. No major damage though. ByuN defends well. Mutas, they don't really get much done in the main base either. Now what this is doing though, even though Shin's not really doing much damage, is that he's buying time. The Ultra Cavern is now done. Ultra upgrades are on the way. Shin is almost at Ultra Tech. He's almost there. But he still needs more time. ByuN's pushing. Finally. He breaks out. Pushing towards the bases. Shin is out of position. Nice defense out of ByuN. Knocks down the hatchery. And Shin, he dusts around with the Lings. Nice round on the Marauders. Marauders are surrounded. Bailey's they roll in towards the Marines. Can we split? Oh my god. Yeah, brutal Bailey connections. He takes him to the face and ByuN, he'll lose everything. Oh my god. Takes all the Baileys to the face. With that Shin, he cleans up the army. ByuN, he plummets in supply. And that's all that ByuN had. Yeah, that's all he had in him. The one maxed out push. Shin's snowballing out of control. He's remaxing with what? With Ultras this time. The Ultras are coming. The Ultras are coming. As ByuN, he's time to rebuild his army and to build back up. Shin take full advantage of that. Oh, very nice mine shots. Nice mine connections. Same time, that's going to be 17 SCVs. Oh my god, 17 SCVs. Gets a full mineral line. Mineral line goes down. Mutas, they pull away. And again, ByuN is back stuck at home again. And this time, there are Ultras to punish. The Ultras have arrived. Oh. Bailings, they eventually clean up the drop. Ultras, they reveal themselves. They reveal themselves back. Shin does roll in. ByuN, he doesn't have to supply to defend. The planetary will fall. There's no saving the planetary. And this is the kind of game state that ByuN wanted to avoid, is the late game with ByuN being contained and with Shin having full map control, right? Like this is where Shin thrives. With those Ultras just knocking down base after base, and specifically on Mothership as well, these bases are very spread out. They're very spread out. So this is where Terrans do typically struggle. On Mothership. Shin does collapse in. Does try to at least. He's at the Widow Mines. It's still only 2 Ultras, so it's a very low Ultra count here. Oh, the mine shots. Oh my god, massive mine shots. And Liming tries to collapse in. Mutas are a little bit late, and we're just running through more mines. The Widow Mines, oh my god. Again, we just run through every single Widow Mine, and ByuN trades very well. He trades well. Shin, he just A-moved through everything. Like this. Shin overextends. ByuN is able to counterattack. ByuN, hey, he's fighting back. Better fight for ByuN. Better engage. ByuN's now breaking out. Now he's able to counterattack. Took the better fights. Pushing out. Very Marauder heavy. Very Marauder heavy. As there are no infestors either, true. No infestors, no spellcasters. Nice and counter attack here in the mineral line, catching in some SCVs. ByuN forced all the way back home. He's forced back home. As Mutas should not kill the CC. ByuN defends. ByuN defends well. But again, he still can't keep up with all the aggression. Oh my god. Again, that's one of the most important mining bases here for ByuN. One of the crucial mining bases. He can't hold on. 10 more CV kills. And SHIN still has the lead. Like, he still has momentum. Has had some really rough fights and really bad fights even. But because of SHIN's economy, he can sustain it. He can sustain these losses, sustain these worst trades. He can still power on through. Even here, will lose an ultra, but hey, cleans up the Marines. Cleans up the medevacs. And now we roll in. Now we roll on in. Bailey's into Marauders. Not ideal, but hey, it's going to be good enough. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will overwhelm. He'll claim the series 2-1. And SHIN, he will advance on into the round of 8 of GSL Season 2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SHIN will take it again. A very intense back and forth. I'm still thinking about game 2, right? I'm still thinking about game 2 where ByuN had a massive lead and ByuN went for the 2-base all in, and ByuN, he missed his window. He missed his window in game 2. That was, and if you even remember, and I hope they asked SHIN this in the winners interview. They better. SHIN, he put his hands off the keyboard in game 2 because of how much damage was dealt. SHIN was dead. Like he was in a very rough position. Hands off the keyboard, pappy. Like that's how dire it was. And then he was able to, hey, he went into 2-base muta. He was able to rally, bring it all the way back. Of course, ByuN was not aware. ByuN, he misses window, misses timing. I hope that they ask him a little bit about some of that, but we'll see as we're about to have our winners interview. Un momento.
Really understand the math of it. And second, when you did that play specifically versus ByuN, when you already had 2 barracks, it seemed really late. Do you think you got the value out of that in game 1?
일단 신이범 선수 8강 진출 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 파트로 첫 번째 질문 좀 두 가지 파트로 좀 나눠서 질문 드리고 싶은데 이제 테란전에서 전진부화장을 좀 많이 쓰시기 때문에 좀 전진부화장 담겨진 좀 생각이라든지 그 좀 개념을 좀 더 좀 알고 싶고요. 그리고 두 번째는 이제 변현 선수를 상대로 했을 때 굉장히 좀 늦은 타이밍에 또 전진 부화장을 또 시도를 하셨기 때문에 좀 그 부분에서도 좀 궁금하네요. 그 신이범 선수의 어떤 마인드가 어떤 개념이 있었는지.
어떤 개념이라기보다 그냥 막 한 건데 사실 연습 때 안 해본 상황이고 그냥 한번 뭔가 그때 부화장 지으면은 테란이 좀 당황해가지고 제대로 자원을 좀 묵히지 않을까라고 생각을 했는데 전혀 당황을 안 하고 그 위에다가 바로 사령부 지으면서 플레이하는 모습 때문에 거기서 좀 말렸고 엄청 불리하게 시작을 해가지고 아 이제 2, 3세트는 하지 말아야겠다라고 생각했습니다.
Yeah, I want to say about the proxy hatch versus ByuN specifically because it was actually an impulsive decision because it was a situation that I didn't really face. So that late proxy hatch I was just try to startle the opponent and make him just distracted. But he wasn't distracted at all. So I was the only one who got in disarray. So I think that actually made me not to do it on the later games.
You almost won GSL Season 1. Do you think you can do it in Season 2? And if so, what do you need to do in your play or your mindset in order to do that?
I mean,
사실
This isn't a bad question
결승에서
considering what
거의
happened
이제
last season. It's not a bad
심하게
question.
지는 듯 했지만
It's more
좀
relevant
아쉽게
here.
이제 우승을 좀 놓치셨잖아요. 그래서 시즌 2에서는 좀 우승하기 위해서 좀 어떤 노력을 좀 하실지 궁금합니다.
어떻게 보면은 스스로에 대한 자신감이 좀 없었던 것 같아요. 뭔가 내가 결승전 가서 김준호를 만나겠지라고 생각을 했으면은 좀 토스전도 준비를 하고 그리고 이제 스스로 뭔가
ZVP.
기본기를 좀 더
I
다졌을
agree.
텐데 그냥 오로지 조성주 전만을 조금 바라본 것 같아가지고 그래서 아마 이번에도 만약에 4강에 간다면은 그때는 저 자신을 믿고 좀 결승전까지 준비를 하고 가야 될 것 같다고 생각을 했습니다.
So what I regret the most in the last finals is actually my lack of faith in myself. Because if I have prepared for the finals opponent against Hero, then I would have actually prepared a lot more than what I actually did.
Okay.
But that being said, I was so focused on beating Maru in that semifinal, so I didn't really prepare much on the finals opponent. So I will take that lesson in my hand, and if I get to the next semifinals, I would go further, I will see further, and prepare for all the situations as possible.
Congratulations again on your win and best of luck in the next phase of the tournament.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, guys, another amazing.
GG, well played. As that does wrap up our coverage here of today's broadcast. Un momento as I quickly try to fix this up again. Beautiful. There we go. GG, well played. With that, SHIN, he'll advance alongside Cure to make it through into Group A. Into the round of 8. I do wish that they asked SHIN about Game 2 versus ByuN, just because, again, SHIN, it was disastrous. It was a disastrous game there for SHIN. For him to be able to recover and to bounce back, it looks like they asked him more about the proxy hatch stuff, which I think, unfortunately, that's like... It sounds like maybe State is maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the builds and with the style and with with SHIN's tendencies, because SHIN does often mix that in. Looks like he was asked about it against ByuN and how SHIN it was like reactive, and specifically, if you remember, he spoke about how he doesn't encounter that situation too often. Specifically, it's attempted to proxy hatch against 2x Reaper. Like, that was the situation he was talking about. But regardless, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being, and we'll be back next time. We'll be back tomorrow with day 2 of the GSL round of 12 Group B. Group B here is going to be coming up in less than 24 hours time. We'll be here to cover it once again. Now, I do apologize for maybe being a little bit less energetic here today. For those who don't know, I did lose my voice like yesterday. Yesterday I was mid casting Kung Fu Cup, and we actually had to end the broadcast mid finals because I straight up just lost my voice. Like, I just so I've been trying to recover. I've been resting and not speaking and trying to be in decent shape for GSL, and we made it through GSL, but you heard me earlier, I failed to mute, but I've still been like coughing a little bit, and I'm still not 100%. I'm still like on the cusp of losing it. So because of that, we're going to be rescheduling a bunch of our casts. We're going to be slowing things down this week to 1 cast a day, just to make sure that we're okay for the rest of the week, because we have a lot of casting to do, right? We have RSL, we have GSL, we have a lot to do, so we're going to try to move everything around to make sure that we're okay, that we don't overwork ourselves or overstrain ourselves, at least until we fully recover, then back onto like full-time, back-to-back twice a day casting. And until then, we're gonna take it a little bit easy, because I did lose my voice yesterday, so that's it. Again, it was just a brutal weekend with the GSL finals. It was a brutal weekend. With that, though, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be wrapping up here. Again, if you want to support the GSL, you can do so via Patreon. Patreon is the place to be to help fund and support GSL for the upcoming Season 3. We're almost there. We've almost fully funded a 3rd season of GSL. Do consider supporting as we wrap up for the time being. You can have a look here at our patrons. The code S and Plus on Soup. I see Kronos. Este Kronos. C'est Clement. What else do I see? Yo, these are patrons, supporters. Let's go. Manifesting good posture. I love him. He's great. Beautiful. But with that, thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, I'll see you tomorrow.